Hello, everybody, and Happy New Year. Hope all of you are having yourselves a great day today. As 2020 begins, with us intending to finish up the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, we got one more case to go. We started it last night. We tried to extend the stream out to the 3 o'clock hour, but the chapter will end up being a little shorter than I thought. But one last case, and from near as I can tell, there are 7 or 8 checkpoints. So, and these generally take about an hour a piece to get through, based on how I play this game. So let's get started, shall we? Let's shall. Do 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 do. Bridge, turnabout. Date, location, time, all are unknown. Who could that be at this time of night? Yes, Edgeworth speaking. Edgy, get up! It's an emergency! Huh? Larry, do you know what time it is? It's not Larry, it's Lawrence. Lawrence Duexnum. This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Wait, don't hang up. It's an emergency. It's Nick. He took a really nasty spill. Though it wouldn't be the first time, so... I'm not joking. His life is in danger. What? What happened? Tell me. Talk about a guy with bad luck. He may already be dead. Anyway, you gotta come back. You're the only one that can help. Iris, my beautiful Irish, he needs help. Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm at the detention center. Please, hurry! It's been 1 year since I left that country. I thought I won't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it won't be a pretty reunion, as if I expected anything to change. February 8th, 2:19 p.m. Detention Center, Visitor's Room. You're late, Edgy. What took you so long? I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could. But you should have chartered a faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something happened to Miss Elise and Nick, and Nick is Maya and... Huh? Say something, Edgy. Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. The murder victim was the picture book author, Miss Elise Duexnum. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. Later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says that he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. Yes, that's right. You got it. But they arrested her, my sweet little Iris. And here I was convinced he was the one the police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these 2 items are for. What are you talking about? The things Wright gave to me when I was leaving his room. This is the first. He says some nonsense about being able to see into people's hearts with this. And the other, he couldn't possibly be asking what I think he is, could he? I'm begging you, Iris' trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out of the picture, you're all I've got left. You're the only one that can represent her. What did you just say? You know, represent, defend. What were you expecting? Why do you think I called you anyway? I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor. You understand what I'm saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer who... Don't talk to me like a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell. But I mean, I heard a paper badge had no problem fooling an entire court before. How could this country's judicial system have fallen into such decay? Please, Edgy, at least listen to her. Listen to Iris' side of the story. So Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all. Thank you for coming. My name is Iris. Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. I don't know if I can be of any help, but I will at least hear what you have to say about the murder. Mr. Wright, how is he? Mr. Lawrence said that he might even die. Fortunately, he will be fine. Larry, you moron, how can you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed. Thank goodness. But he's caught some kind of nasty cold. A cold? He's running a high fever and is drifting in and out of consciousness. I must be imagining things. This woman, I feel like I've met her before. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something if you don't mind. I have the distinct feeling you and I have met before. It must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hazakura Temple. Hazakura Temple, what's that? It's a place where those who wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power. Spiritual power. Did you go to that training for that reason as well? No, I don't have any special powers, spiritual powers. I don't need them. In that case, what are you doing at that temple then? I've committed some sins. Sins that I need to pay for. That's why I'm there, and why I can continue to train to purify my soul. I want to ask you about last night, the night of the crime. Alright. I helped to clean up after dinner and then went back to my room at 8 o'clock. Later, I left my room to ring the lights out bell at 10. Bell? We ring at the same time each night. I see. And then? And then? I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there. Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to? I was frightened. Frightened? So I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened. There's more to her story, I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You were asked to go to the training hall the night of the murder. Yes. However, you didn't go, because you said you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? What in the world? Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. It looks like she's not aware of them herself. These must be what Wright was talking about. The Psycholocks. I believe he said that I need to present this Magatama item to do something. So we're going to have to come back and double check on this. So do you have any idea as to what really occurred last night? I think it was the result of the tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed. Spiritual power. Yeah, spiritual training has been a cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example. Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science. I don't believe in spiritual power. Yes, I understand. Most people don't. And I am certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. Please answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Elise Duexnum? No. I'm not the one who took her life. Those Psycholock things aren't appearing. I suppose that means I can believe that she's not lying. What's wrong? I can't believe what I'm thinking. And here I just finished saying that I don't believe in spiritual power. It appears that that's about all that you can tell me. Thank you very much for listening to my story. I visited Wright at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you. Me? Yes, at the trial tomorrow, he asked me to defend you. If Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, then I will gladly entrust my fate to your capable hands. But before that, I have one question. Yes? Do you know Wright? Why would you ask that? Whenever you came up in our conversation, he would begin to act a little strange. Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you? He's a very dear and indispensable friend. It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him. You deceived him? I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. I want him to just forget about me without learning the truth. Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he'll ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it's not too late. You should go to him, tell him the truth. I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth. I promise. Very well, I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. Okay. Dahlia, okay. She looks like Dahlia, but I don't think she... Dramatics! What was I about to say? She looks like Dahlia, but I don't think she is her. But she met Phoenix 5 years ago. That's enough information gathering for now. I should head to the crime scene. February 8th, the Dusky Bridge. It sure is cold. It sure is cold, all right. So this is it, Dusky Bridge. Oh wow, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. It's been about a year, or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up here. Oh, ouch! And there's that sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyway, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess, you were transferred by HR to the local precinct? A wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. Everybody was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir. Gumshoe indeed. Like gum on your shoe, he's impossible to get rid of. I suppose to report on details of the crime scene. Anyway, here I am, Detective Gumshoe, reporting for duty. Great. Thank you, Detective. I thought Prosecutor Godot was going to get here before me. That guy's a real mystery, I tell you. Prosecutor Godot? What happened? I just got back into the country, so I don't really know much about the case. It's simple. Well, simple is as simple does, as they say. Oh, you've got no idea how much I've missed that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There's a witness that saw the whole thing. A witness? Yeah, that bikini lady. Bikini lady? Here, on this freezing cold mountain? Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir. I may have to talk to this bikini lady, decisive witness myself. So this is the bridge that Wright fell through? Yep, I can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross is how it goes, right? Or was that leap? And is there something on the other side? Yes, some old building they call the Inner Temple. But we can't get over there without a bridge, sir. What? Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. But someone was at the Inner Temple doing some training, and now they're stuck there. Yes, I heard that from Wright. It's Maya Fey. Oh no, her again? Anyway, the air is really turbulent right now, so we can't do an aerial extraction. No one's going to be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir. Would you be alright in this cold? So how did this bridge burn down anyway? We're almost 100% sure it was lightning. Lightning? Alright, we'll get to the lightning. Tell me about Godot. So who is this Prosecutor Godot? I've never heard of him. Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy. What kind of man is he? He's just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good. If he's so good, how is it that I've never heard of him? Is he the lead prosecutor on this case? You bet he is. After all, you know who is right in the middle of it. You know who? Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Godot has really got it in for Mr. Wright. Oh. Yeah, he seems to have some kind of grudge. And what would be the cause of this grudge? I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something. None of this is making any sense. I better look into Disco Dome myself. You're telling me that the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning? Yep. Last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during a snowfall like that. But according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck. I see. This is a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time that the lightning struck the bridge. Oh, we got that information from the witness's testimony. Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge? Who is this witness? Sorry, I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir. February 8th, Hazakura Temple main gate. Yo, Reggie, what took you so long? I'm so cold my brain turned to sherbet. I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country. What do you mean? Wright is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. And I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder. Hey, wait a second. Hold it. Objection! What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and... What kind of lame excuse is that? And you call yourself a defense attorney? Prosecutor Edgeworth is the prosecutor, and that's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, defense attorney, just sounds plain old weird, pal. Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore. No, dude, Edgy. I don't see you for a couple of years, and your heart turns to sherbet. I'd say more like sorbet. It is rather cold here. Iris didn't murder her. Someone else did it. I just know it, okay? So trust me on this one. Ever the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do whatever I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton on to Wright, that is. Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy. You think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? To put it simply, your comment has me highly concerned. Could it be that the reason you think she's innocent? Come on, a girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer. Oh, really? I was right after all. I should never have come back. No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time. Honest. I had a penny for every time he said that. It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much, you know. You know what I mean? Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry. Oh, or forget it. I didn't say anything. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry? What? Don't tell me. Do you think I might have done it? What? Get lost. Go back on your trotter jet and get out of my sight, you creep. And I hope your plane crashes and you die. I'll ask just one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? As I suspected, psycho-locks. I'm sorry, man. You know me. I just don't remember. My short-term memory is a wreck, dude. Okay. Let's move on to the main hall. Hey, hello there. So how are you feeling? Alright, I suppose. Who is this? My name is Miles Edgeworth. My handsome boys such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances weren't so tragic, I might just... Please don't call me boy. Sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. Well, you have found her. Now, what can I do for you? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. If you ask nightly, I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth, this is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? This is exactly why you're getting your salary keeps getting cut. My stomach is already growling in protest. So, what's the latest about my beloved Iris? Well, first, I want to hear what you know. First, I'd like to ask you about last night. Well, last night, we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple. She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that? I suppose it was about 9 o'clock when we left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. The channeling dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch. Wait. That's a contradiction in and of itself. You're right, that does sound exhausting. Detective, this is no time for flattery. Sorry. Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back here? The way you start staring at me, I'm starting to get goosebumps. I'm starting to get goosebumps myself, but for a decidedly different reason. Oh, you get the chills pretty easily, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Alright then, I'd like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard. It must have been past 11. No, I can't say. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie. I saw two people. One of them was lying on the ground. The other one was stabbing her from the back with a sword. Did you see this criminal with your own eyes? I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris. You must have been quite shocked. Of course she was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. It'd be like if you were stabbing Mr. Wright smack in the middle of a courtroom, and I happened to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked too. I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. When I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed, and then I passed out. Unfortunately for us, her testimony seems to be pretty solid. However, the idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural. Unnatural? The girl I know simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness. I wonder what she means by that. Okay, but first, why did you return? As a head nun, it's your duty to stay with the acolyte at all times, correct? Yes, that's correct. I know I may look strong, but the truth is I've got a bad lower back. A bad lower back? Yes, it's especially bad in the winter, so bad that I can't even lift a bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. So that's why I returned to the main hall. So you left the disciple all alone. Don't be ridiculous, I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris to the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out. Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So did the head nun actually see Iris there? I think I better try to get some more details. So who is this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple? Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. After she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course... Special course? It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant 30,000 times. You don't mean to tell me she's still doing that over at the inner temple, do you? No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night we still hadn't started the training session itself. Well, that's good to hear. Oh dear, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. Uh-oh, I don't think I like the sound of this. Do you know the small girl? I believe she is Mystic May's little sister. Maya has a little sister? Oh, you mean Little Pearl. That's Maya Fey's cousin. Little Pearl. I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we'd finished with dinner cleanup. But I haven't seen her at all since late last night. She's nowhere to be found. You mean she was with the victim? It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old back. A little girl who was with the victim on the night of the murder is gone. As they say, the plot thickens. Just like your gut. What's this over here? There are more Enza cushions in this corner of the room. What's this white piece of paper sticking out from under that stack? Beats me. Would you mind checking that for me, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like an old manila envelope. Yeah. What is it, Detective? This could be it. An ultra-important clue, a super special clue. I suppose I should read it myself then. Looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10 at the Heavenly Hall, unless you want your secret to be exposed. This sounds like a blackmail letter. How's it going, Mr. Edgeworth? Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra-important prosecutor, a super-duper prosecutor. I don't suppose it takes a super-duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. Dude. February 8th, Hazakura Temple, the courtyard. This is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched. Thanks, Detective. I'll just have a look around. Looks like the police are still investigating. Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I'd better ask, just to be sure. Are you really going to defend that nun Iris at the trial tomorrow? Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment. Well, in that case, I've got to be careful. Got to make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigations. Don't worry about it, Detective. Just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out of it on its own. You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap. Yes, you do that, Detective. Just how much has your runny spout leaked over the years? The victim is the famous picture book author Miss Elise Duexum. Her entire past, up until she won. So who died? Hey, Calanol. Happy New Year. The author, Miss Elise Duexum. Oh, that's convenient. Yes. So who died? Oh, that's convenient. Of course, Calanol, who was here with us last night, she streams Mondays, Thursdays, and either Fridays or Saturdays. Be sure to follow her on Twitter. Or, matter of fact, follow her on Twitch and turn on your notifications so you know when she goes live. And Phoenix is in the so recap, Cal, since you missed what happened. Miss Duexum was murdered. Iris is the apparent suspect, but I don't think she is Daya, the redhead. I think we might be dealing with a case of twins, which kind of makes things even more confusing, but she knew Phoenix 5 years prior, but that's a whole other thing. Phoenix is in a hospital trying to get the Maya, who is in the frozen. It was in the inner temple. Maya is trapped over there. They can't get a rescue plane or rescue chopper to her until a day from this set of events. We are currently taking the role of Prosecutor Edgeworth, who is going to be filling in for Phoenix. The bridge was apparently struck by lightning, and it broke, yeah. Phoenix tried to cross it, and it gave way, and he plunged into the water below. So Pearl is missing. There is all sorts of strange things. Who'd have thunk? Yeah, bridge. Yeah, considering how much they put on, how cheaply made that bridge is. Okay, her entire past, up until she won the writing award last year, is a total mystery. It's hard to believe in this day and age you can find people like that. The estimated time of death of the victim was between 10 and 11 p.m. on February 7th. The cause of death was blood loss resulting from a stab to the back by the murder weapon. The murder weapon? The victim was found skewered with a giant sword, sir. That's terrible. Yeah, but there's one strange thing. Yes? The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. The bruises are consistent with falling from the height of a two-story building. Two-story building? That would be about the same height as the room in front of us, correct? Hey, you're right. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. That just happens to be the room that at least Duexum was staying in. Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword. She fell... Wow, that raises a whole lot of questions there. Okay. Now then, detective. Let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far. Perfect! Okay, take a look at the map. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, the head nun, right after they finished dinner, she and Maya Fey headed to the inner temple. At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. But she didn't go. She said she did not go. When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she went back to Hazakura Temple. That's a lie in and of itself. Iris didn't go. After taking a hot bath to soothe her back, Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. There are huge holes in this. It's not even funny. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself about in the main hall. The inner temple, huh? I'd like some more information about that place. Trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor? I'm pretty sure it's that Godot guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement. What do you mean? It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors are true. Maybe since Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defending, he just lost interest. I tend to appear in court in the role of defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out that I'm actually a prosecutor. Yeah, I can see why, but I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is going to be that judge. Yes, he certainly would remember my face, even after such a long absence. That's why I requested that another judge preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Wouldn't it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir? There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, I had no idea you had such a powerful string to pull. I think I can only take one wild guess of who the other prosecutor is going to be. And all I'm going to say is, it might involve a lot of whipping.
It's over 9,000!
Yes, it is. What is the inner temple that Maya... What is this inner temple that Maya was supposedly training at? According to Bikini, it's an old building they use for training the acolytes. It's on the other side of Dusky Bridge, the bridge that burned down. Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the inner temple? Nope, not a thing. Nothing? The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. In a way, it's kind of like a little island out there. So the only thing there is the inner temple. I hear it's not the kind of place a person could survive in. Please be alright, Maya. I'm going to do some examining things here. So the sword from this gold statue is actually the murder weapon. It sure is. It's called a Shinchisito, by the way. Nasty piece of work, sir. There's still blood on it. I suppose this is the victim's blood. Yep, it's all over the blade. And speaking of all over the blade, there are fingerprints all over the hilt of the Shinchisitos, too. Fingerprints? Naturally, they match the prints we got from the younger nun that defended. Her fingerprints are on the murder weapon. What's wrong? You're looking really solemn. Is this how it is for Wright? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney? Yeah, I figure it doesn't feel really good. To be honest, it feels more like a detriment. It feels more like it's detrimental to your health. What's this? It looks like a wizard staff. That belonged to the victim, Miss Elise Duexton. There's nothing strange or magical about it. Oh yeah, listen, this is just between us, okay, sir? Yes? What? This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this. Alright. The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard. That's it? That's what you wanted to tell me? That's it? This staff was made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it? Just the victims. It's missing it. That staff is actually missing something. It's supposed to have a jewel or something in the middle of it. That's missing. The amethyst. Thank you, Calanol. I couldn't remember the right word. Hazakura Temple, main gate. I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe we scared the poor kid away. His heart was shut tight with a number of psycho locks. I guess I'll have to look for him now. What a thorn in my side. February 8th, visitor's room. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind. But I've already told you everything that I... Iris, please remember. I'm on your side. You can tell me anything. Yes, thank you.
Take that!
I was frightened. Since I've been handed this case, it is my duty to dig up all the answers, understand? Yes, sir. The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. In my years in court, I've seen it happen over and over again. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the inner temple last night? Yes, I swear, I already told you that. Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened. That's right. If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder, is this what frightened you so much that you couldn't even leave your own room?
Take that!
I found this in the main hall. It is addressed to you. Ah, that's... Well, Iris? Why are you glaring at me like that? You were scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you, isn't that correct? Was it the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock? Oh well, I don't suppose it matters either way. But, Mr. Edgeworth... Yes? I thought that letter was just someone playing a prank on me. A prank? Well, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell it to that will cause me any grief. I wonder about that. Since the bikini is like a mother to me, I would never hide anything from her. No, you may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there is one person you didn't want your secret told to. Phoenix Wright. You mean something to Wright, it seems. And I can tell he holds a special place in your heart. I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know your deep, dark secret. Well, what do you have to say? I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his. Boo boo. After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it. What is this heavenly hall the letter mentions? It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge. A small shack, huh? It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near. Where is it on this map? It's around here. To get there, you must follow a small path down from the Dusky Bridge. And that's where, in the other case, where the Cradle, what the heck was his name? Falls, got the necklace and injected himself with swallowed some poison and whatnot. All for Dahlia. So kudos. It's around here. To get there, you must follow a small path down from the Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the inner temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge. But the thought that such a terrible criminal could be lurking at Heavenly Hall? I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it. So this is the secret that you locked away in your heart. Yes, it looks as though I may have to visit this Heavenly Hall now. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mystery blackmailer. In any case, you still claim to have never left your room last night. Yes, that's exactly right. Rang light up 10 and was then in her room until the murder was discovered. The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret. But it's pointless. Why would you say that? Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am. Right? Now, I just finished speaking with the head nun of Hazakura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Duexnum with a sword. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well. What? When I spoke with you last night, you claimed that you never went to the Inner Temple. And yet, Sister Bikini says she met with you at the Inner Temple that very night. But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night. Yeah, In my head, I'm seeing these pieces fall into place. Pearl is missing. The Faye family has our spirit mediums who can channel spirits from beyond the graves, who, when that happens, their appearance becomes that of the spirit. In my head, we got a clear case of twins. If not twins, or people who look remarkably alike, with the only difference being hair color. The real question is how, if that's the way this is going, how the hell do we prove it at this? And I don't think that's provable. That's not going to be provable yet. February 8th, Heavenly Hall. Whoa, not much of a view down here, huh? It's still better than the view from my apartment, though. Someone's here. Hide yourself, detective. Oh, why? Why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I even chased one of them to Japan. Next is going to be prison, I guess. I'll steal that detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, I can't do that to someone who looks like he's down on his luck. He's just talking to himself. Shh, be quiet and listen. I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. I blew it again. Done that. What did he do, I wonder? Hey, you! About what you just said, I got an objection. What? What the? Edgy, you dirty rat! Gumshoe, you oaf. I'm sorry, sir. Before I knew it, I was shouting out objection. And in a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointer finger. You've watched too many trials. I'm sorry. Pro channeling, what's his face? Yeah. Or the other way around. Iris is the one that's in detention. Iris is the accused. Sorry for the slight delay there, Cal. Because I'm believing they're sisters. Because you talk about using the same design for the face and only changing the color of the hair. So, and this is about every game I've ever played where something like that happens, where there is such a striking similarity like that. There's bound to be some familial connection. Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? What is this little shack anyway? Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday. And why were you down here in the first place? Eric, come on, I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. This is a great little place. It's artistic. It's quiet, it's cold, it's got no power, and it looks like it's about to collapse. Sounds a lot like my apartment there, pal. One thing for sure, no one is likely to show up and disturb you here. So can I get you something to drink, some hot water maybe? He's getting all buddy-buddy on us, sir. Listen to me, Edgy. You've got to do this. You've got to save Iris. Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute? Watch your mouth. Anyway, I've made up my mind about it. I'm going to marry that girl. Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm going to ask for him. Have you already asked that girl to marry you? No, not yet, but I can tell you how she feels by the look in her eyes. She's got that I really want this man to carry me over the threshold look. I'm sure Nick will be surprised. He never imagined that I could marry such a beautiful girl like that. Something tells me he would be shocked indeed. That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I going to do if she gets hurt? What is this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back. If we really want to know the answer to that, we're going to have to drag him onto the witness stand. Tell me about the night of the crime. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you and what were you doing last night? Oh man, don't you have anything else to talk about? With that kind of attitude, you'd never be a ladies' man like me. But is the Iris locked up in the detention center the one who was in a room all night? Okay, but is the Iris locked up in the detention center the one who was in a room all night? Yes. Or the one Bikini saw Duexnum? That's the thing. That's the whole thing. The Faye family, Mia, Maya, Pearl, there is an overarching story between the all three. There is a recurring theme of the use of spirit mediums and channeling and supernatural stuff. So if Iris was in her room and the Bikini saw Iris at the other at the inner temple where Maya is, there. And I'm sorry for the delay, Cal. I just happened to. Yeah, so if Pearl got possessed by the spirit and had her appearance changed, would she have done what the spirit wanted or Pearl wanted? Oh, in this case, the spirit takes over. The spirit takes over. There was actually, in the second of the Phoenix Wright games, there was an entire... It was actually revealed in court that the opposing prosecutor used a photo from the detention center to prove that Maya's appearance changed. The pearl could be the sweetest ever, but the spirit made her kill Elise, maybe. Yeah, that is indeed the possibility there. A strong possibility. But if that is the case here, there is precedent that based on what I've gone through in these games, that what's the word I'm looking for? There is a loose precedent that the channeler may not be responsible. But it is stated that if someone who can channel the spirit does not have the proper training or experience, that a spirit can overwhelm them and make them do bad things. So Pearl is a little ragamuffin, so okay, chill out with those scary eyes. I got it. If you really want to know, last night I saw something incredible. Something incredible? Yeah, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water. Why hasn't he realized that I absolutely despise talking about the good old days, especially with him? And why does Edgeworth has the Magatama? Phoenix gave it to him, as well as with his defense attorney badge. The night of the crime. Alright, now you're going to tell me what you really saw last night. Whoa, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk. Huh? That was a bit too easy. Yeah, anyway, it was awesome. Never seen anything like it. At around 10 o'clock last night, it started thundering. I've been sleeping, I'm not sure for how long. Suddenly, zing! The world in front of me went white. Like I'd just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend, Naomi. And then, it was on fire. The bridge was on fire. Dusky Bridge caught on fire. Are you saying you saw it with your own eyes? Hey, why are you giving me that evil glare? I'm telling the truth. There are still 3 cycle locks remaining. That means he's still trying to hide something. By the way, Larry, where were you when you saw that happen? Huh? Where you say? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Just answer the question. I was in my own room by the main hall. Where else would I be? As usual, you're as transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suspect, lies there. There? Where? What do you mean there? It's impossible for you to have seen the lightning striking Dusky Bridge from your own room. Where is... Because you can't see the bridge from the temple.
Take that!
This is a map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Hazakura Temple. What am I looking for? I think that should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees and it's impossible to see the bridge from here. What? Why didn't you tell me that before? Well, how about it? How about what? Do you feel like talking now? About what? It looks like it won't be that easy after all. You leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step. You weren't in your room at the temple, so then where were you? You don't know that I wasn't in my room? So where was Larry and why was he there? If I read the situation up to this point correctly, the answer is fairly obvious. Very well, then let's test my theory. The place you witnessed lightning striking Dusky Bridge was here. The place you saw the lightning strike was from, naturally, Heavenly Hall. Why would I be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold, there's no electricity, and it could fall apart at any minute. Larry, how did you know that anyway? How did you know that there's no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet. Uh-oh. In other words, you have just provided evidence to prove my theory. My theory that you've at least once in your life visited Heavenly Hall after sunset. I have to admit, I'm impressed, Edgy. You're in a totally different league from Nick. That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing at this cold little shack last night? That's what you might call a fair decor. I think you mean a fair decor. Could it be that you were waiting for someone? Oh no. You really are one scary guy, you know. I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come meet you.
Take that!
There's only one person you would wait for in a horrible place like this, Larry. I told you before, don't call me Larry. The person you were waiting for was Iris. Well, suddenly I feel cold all over, Reggie. No doubt because of my chilling glare. So you think I got the hots for Sister Iris, huh? Don't you have do you have some kind of evidence besides him saying it all the damn time? You got something that proves I was waiting for her? Or are you just guessing? This is where I draw the line and end this ridiculous little game. Here is the evidence that proves you were waiting for Iris.
Take that!
Here's your evidence. You called her to the spot with a pathetic blackmail letter. Oh hey, give that back. You're embarrassing me. What are you doing with that anyway? That's not important. I misjudged you, Larry. What do you mean? Taking advantage of a woman's frailty like that, you should be ashamed of yourself. First of all, what's this at the top of the letter? It says, salutation here. That's what it's said to do in that book, Letter Writing for Dummies. You're not supposed to actually write that. That's where you're supposed to write, Dear Iris. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you freaking idiot. Not to mention the obvious, there's a picture of her on the freaking thing. You wanted to make it into a love shack where they can get together. Alright, now, the night of the crime. So you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you? Sorry, Edgy. Sorry doesn't cut it, you scumbag, threatening a young lady like that. Wait, hold up. What now, pal? What are you talking about? What threatening stuff? I'll tell you what, you tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose her secret, pal. What do you mean threaten? When did I threaten her? Unless you want your secret to be exposed, that sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact. Give me a break, it's a love letter. Haven't you ever been in love? What did you just say? My love for her burned so hotly it could melt all the snow on this mountain. Oh, then what is this secret you mentioned? Oh, come on, Edgy. Don't you get it? I'm talking about the secret love between her and me. Obviously, she wouldn't want old lady Bikini to know about it, right? About our hot and sour bittersweet love affair? Alright, then why did you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope? Give me a break, it's not my fault. I didn't have any other envelopes. Yeesh. Then why were you so quick to apologize, pal? It's because Edgy gave me that scary look of his. What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Because we want to freaking wring your neck. That's it? That's what all those huge locks were about? I don't understand why you were so defensive. Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me. Hey, come on, don't let it get you down. But Mr. Edgeworth, this guy is still hiding something, I know it. What do you mean, detective? Don't forget what the guy said just a minute ago. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible. He's right. Larry, what? You're looking at me like a hungry dog that just found a bone. What was this something incredible you saw last night? You're going to tell me, Larry, one way or another. Otherwise, we're going to dunk you into the freaking Eagle River. I already told you, didn't I? I saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge. Yes, and I believe it was the incredible sight you saw. Now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true. What doesn't? If that's all there is to your story, your heart wouldn't have had all those locks. Therefore, Larry, I do believe you saw something last night. Something more incredible than lightning. What? When? Where? Why? How? Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal. No! Really? What's wrong, sir? Does this mean I have to do it all over again? Why are you glaring at me like I'm next to be hit by a bolt of lightning? I've just about had it with this Harlequin. If I really want to drag the truth out of him, I'll just have to drag him to the witness stand. Save your progress up to this point? Yes? Oh boy. Alright. Onward to the first day of trial. Does anybody else want to punch Larry Butts in the face?
It is time for cake.
Yes! It is. February 9th, 9:47 a.m. Oh my, Mr. Lawrence feels that way about me? Apparently, he isn't aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing. Yeah, Mick, I said we were starting early today. Typically, I start at 7, but because of the nature of this game and we want to finish it, we started 2 hours early. Worry not. And in any case, whatever it was he saw on that night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him. Does that mean Mr. Lawrence is the witness today? No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand. And Mac, how's your Wednesday going, sir? Sister Bikini? She claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Duexnam, correct? That is correct. It wasn't me. Very well then. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? You are a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed, don't worry. I've made the necessary arrangements. I see. Iris? It's a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people and to believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend once told me. I'm waiting for tomorrow so I can pick up a game for you and a game for you and pay for my GME. Okay. Pay for what's a GME? Pay for your game. I don't know why. It's like I thought it was something else. Okay. Game without an A. Yes, thank you, Canonal. I don't know why my brain just broke for whatever reason. You mind, folks, I did not get to bed till close to 4 a.m. Because if you saw on Twitter, I did put together the new intro video, and I worked on a few other video related projects as well, including a recap video of all 44 games I finished over the course of last year, which I uploaded to my YouTube channel today. So it was like, I was quite busy after the stream with different projects and different things. Mr. Edgeworth, I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task I have been entrusted. Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands. February 9th, 10 a.m., District Court, Room number 7. Oh no! This idiot! Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case. The beard is how you tell them apart? Yeah. Well, consider this. He was the judge in the second case we did last night. With Dahlia Hawthorne and Mr. Terry Falls and everything. He was the judge in that case. Indeed. I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before it has a chance to begin. I'm ready to announce my verdict at this time. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Francesca von Karma. The prosecution stands ready. And you are Francesca von Karma, prosecuting prodigy. Von Karma, you say? Perchance you wouldn't be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor and criminal Manfred von Karma. Legends are a thing of the past. I am a von Karma, that is all. Upon a special request, I flew in today for the purpose of prosecuting this case. You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before, or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once. I believe you are imagining things, Your Honor. Miss von Karma, do you have anything to say? There is no such weakling as this man among those of the prosecutor's office. There isn't, but I'm sure, once before in this courtroom, I told you there is no such weakling. What is that, a whip? I'm not sure I can care for such a thing in my courtroom. Bailiff, remove that whip at...
Hold it!
I have no objection to the whip. You don't? The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee, but there is still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today. This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. Trust me, there is a clip of at the end of one case, in the second of the Phoenix Wright games, where when she loses, she whips the hell out of Phoenix. You just see his reaction to it, but it is awesome. I am actually curious of watching the actual anime that is based on these games, just to see how that is depicted. There has to be a clip of it on YouTube somewhere. But I actually would like to see how this has translated to being a TV show. I had expected to face Phoenix Wright here today, but looking at you now, maybe this is what I have been waiting for all this time. Oh, Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers. I see you brought your flair for the histrionic. Allow me to add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my courtroom. The stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honor. Very well. Miss Von Karma, please give an outline of this case, with as little whipping as possible. The murder victim is famed picture book author Miss Elise Duexton. Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well, the court accepts this photo of the crime scene. There is no mistake, this was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there is a witness to her crime. Very well. Please bring the witness to the stand. And so it begins. A first and last trial as a defense attorney. Witness, state your name and occupation, please. And someone give her a little booster box. Hold on here. I'm not sure about being not sure. I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. What the hell? Witness, please stand up nice and straight. If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back pain-plagued witness. Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please. Once again, your name and occupation, please. And all me, well, I'm the head nun of Hazakura Temple on Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. The courtroom is the Garden of Holy Judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave this sanctuary at once. You want me to leave? No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in summer. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. Let us hear what you have to say then. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh? That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak. It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. So it was a simply coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakura Temple. Yes, you can say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the inner temple. That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made. There's only one problem with the testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall at the first hurdle now, are you, Miles Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. True. Alright, we have... Where is it? I know we have it. Iris's testimony. Ring light... Yep. This is what Iris said. Rang bell at 10 p.m. and was in her room until the murder was discovered.
Objection!
Witness, have you undergone... Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on the powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, don't worry. I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something to me for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No, she said that? A defendant or a witness? Who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back. But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. But that is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she will lie. She does indeed have honest eyes. All people lie. That is my belief. Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reasons to lie. Which means, we must call your memory into question. Dear, dear, dear. You're older than me and yet you want to play that game, do you? But that isn't exactly what My memory is perfect, crystal clear, especially in winter. Then I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you are going to question the memory of this witness, you will need to show me a more decisive piece of evidence. Understood, Your Honor. It was naive to think that alone would do the trick. Then please add your comments about Iris to the testimony, and let us return to the cross-examination. Not true. This is not true. If you did not see, for those who did not see the end of last night's stream when we did the first segment of this episode, she gave something to Phoenix. It was her hood.
Objection!
Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant whom you claim to have met, she was wearing this demon-warding hood, correct? Of course. That is a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Hold it right there. Why do you have that? That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Mr. Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night, before the lights out bell was rung. What? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the Iris she saw should have been missing this very hood. Well, well, well. It's not a bad feeling at all exposing contradictions like this. Now I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. Order. Sister, this hood. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them. I see. A stockpile, a surplus of hoods. Each knight is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owned. And this is quite strange. If there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There is no contradiction here. Sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt. Witness, while I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision. I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on the way back to the inner temple. Those seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation. I finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look, and Iris was... Oh, Mystic Elise. Iris... Oh, mystically's Iris was so, and with the sword of all things. Mystically's was staying in the corner room which faces out onto the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. You saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then it will be much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in court. Yeah, it was. And me seeing it all from this very chair. Oh, well, something like that. This judge. His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe. I would look like the fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth. Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours? Also died before 11. Exactly. Where's the autopsy report?
Objection!
Impressive logic, that's what I like to say anyway. Oh, please do. My brain is something else, especially in winter. However, I think you are overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report? The autopsy report? The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed. That's right. It says after death right there. Callanall with the clear attention to details. The scene that the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard, how did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall? Anybody seen the crate that the nun is standing on? It's like... Order! The victim was killed and then fell. If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't you agree? That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room, and she was then thrown out. She was then thrown out of her window down into the courtyard below. Were there any signs of struggle in Miss DeWexnum's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would have left a blood stain, wouldn't you agree? Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood? No traces of blood were found in the victim's room. Your whip had just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard. However, if there was no such blood in the room, then your claim that... I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this, as I'm sure your honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood. When it produces the most blood, very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most of the blood would have been lost from a body, that will be when the blade is removed. Indeed, with the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound. That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. A perfectly reasonable line of thinking. We have come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. That removes all contradictions. Does it? I must admit that this is a probable version of events. I expect no less from Francesca Von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point. It seems that we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please remain standing on the crate. Don't go selling me short now. The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape, especially my back and my mood. Sister, please give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we are finished here. With the whip? Oh boy. Alright. Further details. When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? And when I woke, Mystic Amy was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. This all confirms Miss Von Karma's theory. Von Karma strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is an impossibility, Francesca Von Karma. And I'm here to teach you just that. So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood? That's right. Some of it has splattered onto Iris too. When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room, and her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in the corner. What? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well? That seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Press this point further? Yeah, press a point further here. Going back to your previous statement. You say that you saw little bleeding when the victim was stabbed, and now you say you saw the victim bleeding. Well, I say that what I saw is what I saw. What did you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her, plain as day. Pulling the sword out. Well, it wasn't exactly pulling. It was more like it came out. Witness, you will add this statement to your testimony. Oh, was that important? More important than you can imagine. Yeah, that's a problem right there. This sword has 7 blades. It has 7 points. The main point, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like it symbols different paths and stuff like that. There's no way to yank this thing out smoothly.
Objection!
Sister Bikini, you are a reliable witness. At least I like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here. What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. I thank you. What contradictions are you talking about? In the scene that the witness claimed to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to its hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities. What do you mean? Please explain. Explain yourself. To start with, do you think it will be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that. Doesn't appear? What meaningless dribble? I too may appear to be weak and frail. But I can crush men under my heel and make them weak, should I so choose. The objection stands. I wept a little back there, I must admit. This isn't the only issue here. If this sword was truly stabbed into the body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly. We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in a body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound will be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding.
Objection!
That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with the Senshito. But even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly and may still sometimes stop the blood loss.
Objection!
I'm not finished. There is still one more thing. One more conclusive contradiction. You still got more? This one is simple. This sword really was... If this sword was really thrust in all the way to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it? If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword. Oh, no. Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising that many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that. But what does this all mean? You have proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but having come this far, there can be only one answer. That is, the weapon used to kill the victim was not the Shinshito. What? A foolish fool... Here we go. A foolish idea born from the foolish mind of a foolhardy foolish fool. Huh? If you didn't believe me as related to her tendency to say stuff like that, there's your proof. Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think this sword was the murder weapon? Well, it's because Miss Amy was holding it. Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That is what's influencing us. It influenced us to believe that the Shinshito was the murder weapon. So maybe the Shinshito was not the murder weapon. Even if that is the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object. That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises. The obvious question? Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found. Answer the question, Ms. Von Karma. No evidence of that kind was found. Another mystery to throw onto the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast. Excuse me, could I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking, it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was, it was just over there. What exactly are you going Abuta here? The murder weapon, I mean. Maybe... I think I might know where the sword was disposed of. You what? Well then. I think we need to hear testimony from you one more time, sister. Impossible. What else? What else could this old woman have seen? That didn't involve her needing a booster's stepladder. I saw the murder at around 11. And after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there I saw tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk the Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked down. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time. Well, I'm not in the best of shape. What with my back and my age, you know. Quite. Wait, didn't she just say earlier that her memory is great even in winter? That's curious there. There was indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here is a photograph. A snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory. Tracks begin in front of Hazuka Temple and went all the way to Dusky Bridge. That solves your pesky little problem, yes? The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon. Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon? Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please. As I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited. And that's it. That's the only one we have. It'll run no matter how much snow falls. Now, you're certain that snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived? Yes, of course. It was parked in front of the gate. So she had already gone, discarded the murder weapon, and returned by that time. I'm not sure if this is really relevant. What should I really do? Let's go further down this road. I need answers to every possible doubt. The snowmobile in question, was it still warm at the time? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, eh? What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth? I'm playing to a slow crowd here. It goes without saying that using a snowmobile will heat its engine. If it was still warm, then it means it was recently used. See, I never thought of that. That's right, I overlooked that too. Of course you did. And answer the question, please, witness. I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it. Snow? Yes, for some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow. There wasn't any snow on it. Curses. It seems highly likely that the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh? How long does it take to get to Dusky Bridge by snowmobile? There are footsteps.
Objection!
I admit this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder. You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth. However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks? What do you mean? Iris left Haizakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. If this was the case, then naturally there should be two sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out onto the bridge, and those coming back. Ah, you're right. You are forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it? I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow. What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth? Let me check something, because we do got the weather report. Snow was with occasional lightning strikes. Snow 7 to approximate 10:50. Lightning 10 to 11. Lightning struck. Yeah, there's a contradiction here. Is there a flaw in her theory? Yeah, there is. The idea that the snowfall covered one set of tracks? The tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that is impossible. Would you care to explain why there is a rude index finger currently pointing in my general direction? No need. The evidence will do all the talking for me. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge in order to dispose of the murder weapon. The outgoing tracks were erased by snow, or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by snow. Yeah, we just looked at it. Witness, please tell us again what time it was when you witnessed the crime. Like I said, it was around 11. Of course, this means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. It is the weather report from Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder. The weather report? Snow started to fall at 7 p.m., but it stopped at 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11 p.m., the snow had already stopped falling. It's impossible for any tracks made after that time to have been covered up. Order! Order! Very well then. It looks like Miss Von Karma's claim has been snowed in. It's too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Oh, Edgeworth? How pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this then. When is the weather report ever correct? No, you've got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast. This is actual data. Forecast data, all weather reports have some inaccuracies. It may have been snowing in the vicinity well past 11. It's true, we cannot be totally sure, eh? What? How did she pull that off? It had stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. You need to provide conclusive evidence of this. Come this far, there's no turning back now. Very well. I, too, cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony. Huh. You can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where is your evidence that it already stopped snowing when the victim was killed? The crime photo. Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. Footprints are still there, yeah. That being, whether or not it was snowing in the courtyard when the victim was stabbed. That's right, but proving that is incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I'm referring to the photo of the crime scene. And you can see, everything is covered with snow, with just one exception. And that is the victim herself, Miss Elise Duexum. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph there should be two sets of tracks. Footprints, but they're close to footprints, but just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth? Thing is that the footprints would have been from the morning, the crime scene, but everything else would be covered with snow, so that's what I was actually thinking the footprints too being there. That's what I was thinking, but the body was more obvious. Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth? To be honest, I am not entirely sure myself, but this is simply what all the facts point to. That night, someone used a snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At the time, it was still snowing. Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow. Then, when the person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained. Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile. Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in a room after the murder, which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple. But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point some more when I get the chance. The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge, so she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot. That sounds right, but what's odd is when I left Iris and returned to Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge. You must have failed to see it, sister. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too. But that isn't possible. Order in the court. What does this all mean? So, then what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it hadn't been then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. No, it was. At the start of the episode, it was covered in snow. Because the background shot is actually from the main gate from when Phoenix, Maya, and Pearls arrive at the temple. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, there should be two sets of tracks in this photo, based on the time of death. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to the Hazakura Temple. And never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble. I think we've learned all we can from this witness. Yes, I've nothing more to add. I've told you everything that I know. But then, that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness who could testify to having seen the snowmobile. A witness, huh? Was there no one out walking, perhaps near Dusky Bridge on that night? I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering in that, unless they had something really important to do. That's a shame. Hold on. Something is coming to me. An idiot may well have gone wandering out on that subarctic night. Keyword, idiot, Your Honor. Actually, there just might be one individual who might be of some help to us. Keyword, we're stretching the use of some help here as it relates to this person. You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder? I don't know if he saw it or not, but there are two things about him that do come to mind, which are, first, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder, and the second being, the individual that I'm thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of idiot. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about? Gotta love the clues that they're giving here, folks. This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc de Laduc's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting. This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim Miss Elise Duexme. Her student? Interesting. And why was he wandering about outside on the night of the murder? That's... I could tell him all about the designs for Iris, but it may cost us his credibility as a witness before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that will move him, although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason. And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly was it that he saw? I intend to extract that from him, right here in this courtroom. Summon this youth as your witness immediately. I have no choice, do I? I believe he is in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him. Very well. Larry, you may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you. The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Ms. Von Karma, please see it to prepare the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess. Save your progress, yes. And I am going to take me a little break, folks. Get up, stretch legs, all that good stuff. Grab me my bottles of water. And we'll be back with as Larry Butts will take the stand in just a couple of minutes. Be right back, everybody. Come on. Die!
Death from above. That was close.
Set 'em up, I knock 'em down. You set 'em up, I knock 'em down. Better and better. Booyah! Work.
Okay.
User dead imminent.
Yes.
Fixing my armor.
And back. Welcome back, everybody, as we prepare for the trial. Larry Butts is about to take the stand. We got our bottle of water ready to go. All right, let's get back to it. February 9th, 11:15 a.m. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are two things which I need to ask before we reconvene. All right, I'll help you any way I can. First, about that night. You really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Burkini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in the Hazakura Temple. Very well. The second thing, then, that night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile? There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Iris, I can't tell you about that yet. Yet? Not until her safety is confirmed. Her? The safety of the Acolyte. The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Duexnum? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. As I thought, no psycholocks. Very well. It is my job to get to the truth. You will discover this for yourself soon enough. February 9th, 11:36 a.m. We reconvene. Court will now reconvene. Ms. Von Karma, where is the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Suspicious behavior? He was sketching something very intensely. Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. I can only presume that his intention was to capture you, or... Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Lawrence Duexnum, I hope you're ready. Get in here! It would seem the whip is going to see plenty more use today. She's going to whip it good. That didn't take long. Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey, I was just an artistically rendering. You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist, training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, viridian. Larry, this isn't an art store, now is it? I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it? Working in the fields? I presume he wanted to say field work, I hope. That's it, thanks, buddy. It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a new wonderful model. So see, I got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all of your faces to be red when you realize this mistake, bright red. Or to use a technical term, Crimson Lake. Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man. Refrain from whipping me with this karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now. Hey, Red Fox. I've read. Yes, I had a good Christmas and New Year's. Yeah, we were doing. Indeed. My Christmas, ironically enough, my Christmas and New Year's Eve holidays have revolved around this game of Phoenix Wright. But Happy New Year to you, Red Fox, and hopefully you have a great 2020, sir. This is too much for me. I lost my mouse. There it is. I was at the lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now, aren't I, Edgy? Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody, nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people. Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything, every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you internally unhappy. Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination with no touching, thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time. Well, here's a key thing. Right off the back, he's lying. I will... Whoa! Red Fox, thank you very much for the 100 biddies. You just taken over the Bit Boss role. I will, because I come to watch your stream and have been for a while now. Your stream looks so cool. Have a few bits for me. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, I'm constantly... Matter of fact, I posted on YouTube a video basically of the game's finish. And one thing I did when I was putting that video together, it did show how much my stream changed. For the most part, from the beginning of the year all the way up to the end of the year. From when I finished Batman Arkham Asylum all the way up to when I finished Life is Strange 2. I didn't include a Phoenix Wright in that because I have yet to finish the Phoenix Wright game, which will of course be finishing tonight. No matter how long it takes. What he saw. Oh, that's a lot. That's true. This is a straight up lie too. Larry Butts, I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry, but having realized just how much of a nuisance you have been, that could have been considered a step in the right direction. Edgy, are you? Keep on look forward to your next thing. That'll be on Saturday, Red. And it says Red Fox is definitely one of, I would say, one of those folks who's definitely seen how far my Twitch channel has come. He from when I was streaming at like what 380 then 540, and I stream regularly at 720p. In terms of that, when I like no overlays and just. And when I would definitely do a lot of long streams, particularly when work was slow. So Red Fox has kind of like almost always been there. So, Edgy, are you trying to console me? It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create. You're totally pinning this on me. Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Venus Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts. That's right, me, in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. As long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. The reality will not change. But what do you want me to do then? Larry, what do you need to change is your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testify truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you. Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well. Hey, Magmorta. Yeah. Well, we're still early in this. And Magmorta plays games, who is a mod and occasionally streams. Oh, that reminds me, Cat and All, who we ended up rating last night. It was a bit before 3. We didn't quite make it to 3, but we ended up rating Gloop Dog. So, seeing a good portion of Gloop and Weasel's co-op, Twitch Sings, Party, Duel, and so forth. So it was almost perfect. Oh, you saw on Twitter? And that's right. You know, you see, I got a sharp mind at times, but at times I forget things. At times I'm forgetful. Alright. We party people! I'll ask it again, then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window, and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burned down, like almost completely gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know with that man, if he should be called lucky or unlucky. I'll say this right now. Inner theory, Francesca has a crush on Phoenix. That's just my inner theory. Personal headcanon. Or she just wants to... I could be definitely wrong about that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Now, Mr. Edwards, please commence your cross-examination. Alright.
Hold it!
Well, friend, I have to say Happy New Year to you and your chat, and have a good one. Alright, Red Fox, thanks for dropping in, sir. Yeah, I understand for you, you're out of the UK, so it's like 1 o'clock for you, 12 or 1 o'clock, 5 hours difference. So, yeah, I think so. Yeah, that would be 12. So you have yourself a good one, sir. Thanks for dropping in. Thank you for the biddy, sir. And again, Happy New Year to you. You said it right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that? The lightning fell and then the bridge caught on fire. Maybe about around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is this small shack you were in from the bridge? Hold on, well, it had pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk. And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there? Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfire kids make during school trips can compare. Well, should I press him for a little more information? Why didn't you call anyone? Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face? Why didn't you call anyone? Because the phone is right next to the bridge. Oh, what do you mean? Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There is a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Oh, yeah, okay. A reason. My reason... It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have time to, okay? Hold it. Nick was running in snow. And Nick, I mean Phoenix.
Objection!
Your very existence being a contradiction. I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the hey, Edgy, you make me sound like some sort of alien. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is the time. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with them? Terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what happened. Is this correct? Yeah. Well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there at around 11 p.m. That all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That is impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in the Hazuka Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There is no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Excuse me, I have an objection. You do. Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry, I'm Lawrence. It has been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Francesca Von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. But there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It's clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15. Which means, what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m., but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth now then. What happened during these missing 15 minutes? I feel like I just got brutally woken up by a toilet splashback. Ew. I guess I was still sleeping after all, huh? Pinch me. I want to punch him. Can we punch him? So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see this as much of a problem. See, I don't have to worry about punching Larry. Francesca can do all the whipping. Yeah, not much of a problem at all. Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there is a phone right next to it. Why then did you not report the accident? Yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem, for even after the bridge had burned out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That's what it sounds like. Ah, but this is Larry we are talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means that there has to be a reason for his inaction. Edgy? I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude. Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time. Listen, I want to tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Yes. I may really say it this time, everything. Then say it! Very well, I have a terribly bad feeling about this. However, let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for the 15 minutes gap, what were you doing, witness? I'm a Duexnum. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipping up a frenzy of art. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the flames had gone out, and then he came running up. I suppose artists can be strange folks. That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch, including the truth from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. You'll regret this, Edgy. The missing 15 minutes. I'm gonna do yeah.
Hold it!
Sketching. The burning bridge. The burning bridge and everything that came with it. What came with it? You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. The sketch of mine is... Enough! Just take the ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. What should I do? I got a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. Gotta look at the sketch. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please. Well, even I couldn't have imagined it turned out like this. Imagine what? That Lawrence Dumont's debut would take place here, today, like this. Show it, now! Okay, but steel yourselves. This is the world of Lawrence Duexnum. Ladies and gentlemen, please make note of something of what is flying in the air. Key word there, folks. Flying. Again, folks would think, if you didn't know, if I didn't, this is why I'm everything with the spirit mediums and everything, the supernatural with this. Well. So this is Dusky Bridge, correct? What a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma? Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames. I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did. This is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. It's an MFO! Larry? What? The burning bridge is fine. But what is that unfortunate-looking figure? Ah, you spotted that. I thought you might. However much I might want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course. Iris. I wish she'd taken better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know? What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that? Larry, please answer this next question honestly. Okay? Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you really claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames? Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist. The girl, she's really high up in the picture. What was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please rip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your own wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there is some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge, at least. It was really something to see. This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring this witness back down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth. Let us get back to the cross-examination by force if necessary. I'm sure Francesca will be more than happy to apply the force. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here. Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I got another reason to remember this moron. Well, what do you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me. Now hurry up and cross-examine him. Can we cross-check him too? But Iris gave her hood to Phoenix.
Objection!
Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care. In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole dollar. I'll give you a whole dollar that it's the truth. If that is truly the case, then there is one thing that we can say for certain. What might that be? That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris. What do you mean? I don't understand. Here we go. A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. Try saying that 5 times fast, folks. Good luck. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct? Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. What? Thank you, friend. It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight? What are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood? What? Edgy, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why, you Nick, you dog! I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited, and discarded straight into the garbage. Huh. What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today's the day I get to completely stupefy you. What? What is the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Definitive evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge, and I, Lawrence Dumont, shall prove it. I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in the sketch, and show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality. Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy, because I'm going to feed you a whooping serving of pain. You've been serving us a whooping serving of pain this whole time, trust me. Whopping serving. Now, what the hell? Proof that Iris flew. When I reached Dusty Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frankly searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow, and it has blood on it. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost the crystal sphere that night. A crystal sphere. This one, pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. Damn if this from the staff. You got it, Macau. That sphere, where did you find it? Let me see. Around here somewhere. Looks about right. And it was half buried in the snow. It had pretty much stopped snowing by then. But there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. The court accepts this crystal sphere. That's mine, okay? I want it back afterwards. There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood. Dead before 11. You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore. Didn't you want to be called Lawrence Dumont only a few minutes ago? When we reached Dusty Bridge, she was already gone. We got the photo that he... We got this. Where is it? Baboosh. Larry, that night, there was someone who lost a crystal sphere. There was? Who? Who was the stupid idiot? Master Elise Dumont, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim. I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere. Hey, that's my photograph. Give it back. A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Ah, the crystal sphere. It's gone. What does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing a hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Dumont? A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected. You cannot do that. I saw it with my own two eyes. And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you realize it as well, Miss Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dumin was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. Miss Francesca von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case. The crystal sphere, it was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. After the murder? There is blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent, which is the exact same reason that he drew this ridiculous sketch. Miss Lisa flew? I don't think so. She was clearly dead. The question is, who, or rather, what, was carrying it? You mean, I'm the killer? No. All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case. She makes a valid point. The track photos. As Calanol was pointing out, dead before 11. Dead before the snow stopped. There is no evidence that Elise Dumont left Hazuka Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Your response, Miles Edgeworth. I want your final opinion on on the disposition of this crystal sphere. If it's not related to the case, then the witness who you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case. You will do what? The look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix when he is cornered. That should come as no surprise, because right now I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. How are you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. This crystal sphere, it was half buried in the snow, correct? That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow in the victim's body. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. Order! Order! On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to the Dusky Bridge. And there, something occurred that caused the Stas crystal, the sphere, to come loose. What? What could that have been? This sphere, There is some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge. The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard? Only a fool would suggest such a foolishly piece of absolute foolishness. This who is the fool, and which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura courtyard. That's not exactly true, now is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. That's the same thing. No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the blood would be most lost from the body, that will be when the blade is removed. If the statement if that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding. You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Les Duman's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way? I made it this far. There's only one place to take this. It's to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the event is also perfectly plausible. And we got it. The photo of the tracks. Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple. Where is it? Boom! On that snowy night, there is only one way that a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could also have been used to carry a body. This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used a snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin? Huh. You're too late, Francesca Von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation. What? Where was the victim Elise Dumont really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it. This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. He drew this, so it's something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Edgy, thank you. That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Right? I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It's just as I thought. Francesca Von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason and one alone for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Wright. Really? That's what this was all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had friends. Miles Edgeworth? I don't care about what you were here to do. That was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by. What a shame. Francie, this is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. You're an affront to all that stands in the... Damn! Well, he dead. I'll tell you, Francesca Von Karma, as an antagonist... I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the questions it raises. Have his words to hear today been the truth or lies? Assault. Now, keep in mind, Edgeworth did not object to her having the whip in court. She whips the judge. She whips everything. Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I'm counting on a thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, Wright? Court is now adjourned. She's a bitch. Nah. Oh, thank you, Automod. Whoo boy. All right. I'll say Francesca von Karma, knowing her backstory, she is the daughter of another prosecutor, Manfred von Karma, who was also the mentor for Edgeworth. Manfred von Karma kind of did thing. He was a prosecutor who did anything and everything to win. Falsified evidence, tampered with witnesses, etc., etc. He had a perfectly flawless record. He killed Edgeworth's father, and later took Edgeworth under his wing, basically teaching him on the same things, in order to set him up for some revenge down the line of ruining a perfect record, ruining a perfect reputation. Phoenix, matter of fact, Manfred von Karma tried to frame Edgeworth, and Phoenix Wright came to Edgeworth's defense. Proved him wrong and proved that Manfred von Karma was not only framing Edgeworth for murder, but will also killed Edgeworth's father and did all sorts of other things. This is all in the first Phoenix Wright game. In the second Phoenix Wright game, Edgeworth has left town to basically go find himself, find what it means to be a prosecutor, basically to reevaluate himself. The new prosecutor that takes over for him is Francesca von Karma. And she's basically out for revenge. She uses a lot of the same tactics as her father, but her whole thing is a little bit deeper than that. That she can't believe someone like Phoenix could defeat her father fairly, or at all, without some tricks or hindrance. And she also was there was the jealousy as relates to Edgeworth himself, in that he was always a step ahead of her. Like 1 or 2 steps ahead, mainly because he's older. So she basically, any chance, take out, if she can defeat Phoenix Wright straight up, there you go. If she could defeat or outdo Edgeworth, or in this case, defeat him in court, she would get her revenge either which way. Basically upholding what the nature of the name of the Von Karma name means to her, which is striving for perfection. So like I said, she is a lot more complex. She is a bit of extreme, but she has her over-the-top nature is really, really cool. Matter of fact, at the end of the second game, spoilers, there is a real touching moment, a post-credit scene between her and Edgeworth when she's leaving, when she's preparing to go back to Germany. So, yeah, lore dump, exposition, if you will, and filling you all in on some of these characters and their relations with each other. That's what I said. I really want to watch the show, because the game came first. The show came The show came later. By the way, there is a manga or comic book series based on it, and there's also a Phoenix Wright musical. That's right, they turned this into a musical over in Japan. So, which I really would want to see too. Granted, I'll have to watch it with subtitles, but I'm willing to bet that would be pretty cool. All right, part 3. Now, normally, I'm willing to bet this is going. All right, so a 3-1. Normally, this would be the halfway point of a case, but I think this is going to be longer than normal. All right, musical, interesting, yeah. Back. February 9th, 3:43 p.m., the Hadi Clinic Intensive Care Unit. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law, and this is the second case we did last night. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here, this isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with them somehow. February 9th, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge. Wright, are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in an artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shinshito did not deliver the deadly blow, which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking of paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background. Naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I've got to get to work on this bridge. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. That's right. Maya is still stuck over there at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Yeah, that bridge... Okay. Detective Gumshoe is going to rig something up. Exactly what the hell is he going to make? If they can't fly, what is he going to make to get over there? I actually want to see that. Alright. Come on, please. It's for art's sake, I swear. There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Enough! A fool's... Wow. A fool's fool fools fools who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, Ow. Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs a model for my new picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least a semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. She called him Larry. There's no other way. No, there is. Well, they said apparently. I would assume a helicopter rescue. My question is here. She just called him. Francesca just called him Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you, whoosh, just like the dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm going to forgive you guys when y'all calling back to apologize. And you called him Larry all through testimony. Yeah. Here's the thing. If you kind of notice with Francesca's dialogue, she tends to refer people by their full name. She never refers to Edgeworth as just Edgeworth. She refers to him as Miles Edgeworth. And she always referred to Phoenix Wright as Phoenix Wright instead of just Wright. And I don't know, that just maybe again I'm probably looking too deep into that. I'm knowing me. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Never said Larry's last name. Yeah. Well, they're referring to it on the friendly sense, but you know. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we met? I am Francesca von Kama, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Actually, the Harry Butts thing was actually a running gag. It is a running gag in the first game. It's normally said by Detective Gumshoe, where he actually calls Phoenix Harry Butts when they first meet. Or at least after the first case together. So it'll be like episode 3 of the first game. Francesca was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Let that sink in. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he's gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me, this I promise, but it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth, come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Kammer as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you, because it does. And that's precisely why I am here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-wincy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Ow! No smirking! No whipping the stick! No, what? The foolishly fool doing such a foolishly favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth, make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only, to pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, you know. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes. Every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did make it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge, did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he let me know once the bridge was repaired. Oh yeah, she's got to be okay, I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. That was one long side. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Those chicks are rather jiggly. Oh, you don't have to pretend you to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, There's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple, and the poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull the sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I wasn't until this morning. I don't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying with her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so feverishly about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I won't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? That's right, I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in her room in the Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet the training hall looks like it's about to fall down at any time. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We've got to get Maya out of there, fast! But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. Like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer with no chance of escape either. Oh dear, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things if you don't mind answering us some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? Wow! No! I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Dumont. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. What the hell? Look, I know this game is from Japan, but seriously. No. I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. Mama, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Mr. Min as Mystic Elise. Oh, yes. Now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. Why we address all our visitors as mystic and makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Huh. Seeing Miss Elise Dumin was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Dumin on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all's got to be connected somehow. I can't remember. I'm just thinking for a moment. I got a theory. I'm gonna say I'm gonna make a hunch here that Elise is somehow related to the Faye family. And I'm of course referring to Maya, Mia, and Pearls. Or Pearl. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but I try to keep it together. Oh, man. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls? She was with Miss Dumont on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. And Mag, you saw last night, before we ended, one of the things, Phoenix ran into Elise and she was looking for Pearls, saying that Pearls never showed up. So Pearls was missing before the murder took place. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's only one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repair soon. Yeah, either on the other side of... Yeah, you know, funny enough, we ain't going back to the Wright & Co. office. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found here. We looked at that when... Oh. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference is in the elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep the hillside is. That's almost the height of the... And that's also the height the body fell from according to the autopsy. It's possible that Mr. Mom was pushed from the top of the wall? Why would she be up there? They got quite a lot of snow up. They get quite a lot of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun; they're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's got to be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Yeah, I can't get up there, unfortunately. There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around in the courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. Guess Sister Bikini must light them now since Iris can't be here. Mr. Min's staff. I definitely remember seeing there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? The Senshitu. It's in Mystic Amy's right hand, but it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. No tracks or anything. No clues here. Oh, okay. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderably loud yell? So that's where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished repairs? The bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well, then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Our access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I meant. It's been a while, Scruffy. It's Miss Fun Karma. Yeah, you can guess. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know? Silence! I, Francesca Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Yes, she is. The skis, yeah, click on the skis, it was just there. Look at that. Gumshoe. Did he lay out? The thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Yeah. Yeah. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick. That voice. Pearls. Mr. Nick. Mr. Nick. So you were here ever since that night? I was so lonely I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah, you're... I am Francesca Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yeah, why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Let me say it this way. Pearl's is tougher than she looks. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Pearl is spunky. Mystic Maya! Hey, wait! She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearl's acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Alright. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Francesca von Karma. I seem to remember... there was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's apparent to call people... It's apparent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Was this being rude? What are these? Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. She'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. Phoenix Wright, what? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is for mooring boats. That metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that is used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything. Unless the river was much higher. No, this is supposed to be America. Why the heck are we in Japan? Oh, yeah, that's right. Localization. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. The whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. You know, why is there a lock on the door? And, you know, what the fuck is it with the painting? There is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No one does that, for starters. It stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? See, we looked at this last night. This is what it looked like before. And this is an image of Maya's mother. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, this rear lock wasn't on it. It was changed. It's almost as if they are guarding something inside the cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I've seen locks and chains like this before. They look like the ones that guards a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even you managed to get here faster than this. Godot. Mr. Wright. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Huh. I could ask you the exact same question. But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with, the importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's this wild mare, Wright? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, filly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. Dude! I'm only going to say this once, Lady von Wippenberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright. What are you hitting me for? It's like, looks like the Magatama thing. Yeah, you're right on that, Cal. Huh. You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Wright. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger or is it sorrow? You know what? And yeah, my theory on he's Armando, the guy that was with Mia in the trial late last night. All these assaults. Yeah. Again, same jawline, wild hair, the vest, the same soundtrack, and the earrings, ear piercings. Why didn't you show? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course. Being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. Yeah. Armando. Yeah, he was the guy assisting Mia in defense of the second case. Kept calling her kitten. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. He can't see the color red with those things. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. I do. Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned him in the courthouse on the day that, when Mia returned to being a defense attorney 1 year after the case we did last night. Which is actually episode 1 of this particular game. Timeline things are all shuffled and jumbled and everything. It's like it's trying to sort out Assassin's Creed. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It'll all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Wright? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What do you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on the side of the bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wondered, Wright, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this was absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and, I won't say it again, the chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One, where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No. Which means, Wright, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there right now? Why aren't you in there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock on chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Pearl says she was all alone, so it makes sense Maya wasn't there with her, but then where was she? Well, Wright, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. That's a crock of shit right there. Okay, exposition time. I'm sure Phoenix is going to defend that. Here's the thing. Episode 2 of the first Phoenix Wright game. Mia is wanting to hide some evidence, some key evidence. Is going to put it in a statue clock and give it to Maya. And at the same time, she invited Phoenix to the office so that they could all meet. Phoenix was running late, and when he arrived, Maya was there first, and Mia was killed. Mia was killed by someone she was investigating, a blackmail specialist who was staying in a hotel across the way. So that was not Phoenix's fault. Far from it. And Automach, so, like I said, I spent like a good close to 80 hours on this game at this point over the past few weeks. Yeah, I kind of got a lot of this lore locked down here. You and your Automach should have words, Redcasden. Well, yes, we should. But at the same time, Mia, you killed her. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that was one. Maybe should clean up my swears. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got the guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You said Mia Fey was your teacher? Well then, I'd say you learned nothing, trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you let her sister suffer the same fate. Godot, you can just go, I haven't sentenced Maya to death, no. Is there? Because I better, yeah, I didn't get automated. Oh. What is this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It will be a simple matter of, I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeat tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock would, well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern will be a thing of the past. Very well, then I suggest the obvious solution is to open it with the key. AFK? Alright, Mags. Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple, the accused. What? Iris. When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only one who can open the lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back from the dead. Accused back here soon, excuse me. Edgeworth? Listen up, Wright. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. The store... When I was here... The chain... Yeah, we read this. Alright, I don't think there's anything more I can do here for now. I don't know, should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't rip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. I can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I kinda already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later, pal. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course, what else will we do? I really want to know what the Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Blood. And just like when we first met Maya, blood is written on the thing. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling, forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? Avant-Karma will always show up wherever there's a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... what the heck is that? Uh-oh, you spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says, Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy. Without exception. Yes, sir. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. I doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? No, sir, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my man and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh, yeah. There's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone. Got it? Understood? Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in some trouble when I left it out on the couch. Is that it? Whip him. That's it. Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. No, I can't even begin to imagine what the reason could be. This is a charm or something poking. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently, it belonged to the victim. Miss Elise Dumont? Yes, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found on both the victim and this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket getting some very big answers. Korean Master's Talisman. Wait a second. Elise is Maya's mother, and by association, Pearl's aunt. If that's a Master's Talisman, the only person that would have that is the current master of the Korean channeling technique and or the channeling school, and that's Misty Faye, their mother. Cal, I'm just going to assume that the OMG is in regards to another one of Gumshoe's little memories from his youth. No clues here. There are a couple of torches here. No, the whole Lisa's Misty thing. Oh. Yeah, I'm so... Yeah, it's... Go to show I paid. Yeah, go to show I kind of dug deep into this. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recently are we talking about? As recently as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at that time, I guess. But wouldn't Maya... No, Maya has not seen... We'll go to the court record here. Maya has not seen her mother in 15 years. Maya herself is 19 at this point in the game. When we first meet her, she is 16. So 16... no. She's either 16 or 17. No. Yeah, she's 16 when we first meet her, and the years overlap. Exactly, Kalina. So how's the intertemporal investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working in the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing, scientifically speaking. This place is as clean as a whistle. It is. That simply is not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there was a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. The stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself, which I've already investigated. About Maya. Did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her, but there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait since she's the only one who can open the door to the Sacred Cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Maya, so these letters are written in blood. Yeah. What's worse is that it's the victim's blood. Huh, this is Mr. Min's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? You know what, that was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer, the result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really, do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, the stone lantern was upside down. Ahem. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Dumont wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Dumont's murder. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place. What? So Miss Dumont was killed here. However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation will reveal the answer, no? But wait a second, the bloody writing and all the other clues here... Someone could have easily set all this up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible, because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. I was going to examine the broom, yes. What's this? A little lantern, a little statue. It's certainly a quaint little garden. Oh. What is this huge bowl for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I dusted my face earlier with this water. I was getting kind of sleepy. Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? And that one will certainly wake him up. Alright. Nothing else stands out here. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright. But it's Maya. Mr. Wright? All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Damn. There's no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. And we'll say this about Francesca, she certainly keeps you on the score. But if she never went over there, then she couldn't set the lock. Exactly. Here's the thing, though. Timing-wise, the only one who could set the lock would have been Bikini, which is odd to say. Main hall. Time to bring the hammer down. Sister Bikini looks like she shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? Mama, hello, you two. How are you doing? From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. She talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testify about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Oh, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Bluesuit doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Ah! Oh, yes. You did great. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just become a shield to a shrew. You have a problem, Phoenix Wright. Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psych locks of hers. Time to break it down.
Take that!
Elise Duman. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Duman had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Duman's true identity. Boom! Mr. Men had this charm with her at all times. What did you? This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could have the talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, isn't it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Mr. Men really is. Talisman and one other unique item proves Mr. Min's identity.
Take that!
The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Curine's channeling technique. The crest at the top is the sign of the honorable title. This very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. The crest is reserved for the master of Curian. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You mean that an acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Misty... Boom! Five at once. And keep in mind, I figured that out. And from me, not realizing came once I saw what that symbol. Once I saw the thing was listed there. Yeah, though that fell into place. That fell into place quite nicely. So, about Elise, or so we say Misty. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with the mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one has seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago. Yeah, that's about right. 15 years, and I forgot to add 2. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Curian talisman is a symbol of the master of Curian. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Dumont was really Maya's mother. She was Missy Fey, the master of the Curian channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we are making some headway here. Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... What's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Ah, oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the train going... It might as well very cave in! What? Maya! It seems to have passed. But we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go! What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. We gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right. Huh? What are you doing here? How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Phoenix, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now? During the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? There's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. Okay, lore exposition on that incident. I think it was called the SL9 incident, was the day Edgeworth's father was killed by Francesca's father, Von Karma. There was an earthquake. Edgeworth, a security guard, and Edgeworth's father was trapped in the elevator. That's what triggered, and the whole incident and everything basically has given him a mortal fear of earthquakes. When he was being framed, and there was just a little tremor. Edgeworth basically curled up into a ball. It's like, and earthquakes are no joke, as we all know. Now, the SO9 incident does have a connection with Misty Faye and everything else. That incident, a spirit medium, Misty Faye, was brought in to channel Edgeworth's father and to find out who killed him. The blame was put on the security guard, who was acquitted of wrongdoing. Due to going insane due to lack of oxygen and basically being brain dead and things of that nature. It's kind of like everything on that past kind of set Edgeworth up to being a prosecutor. So there is a lot of lore, a lot of backstory with this game. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous, why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There is no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right? Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now. Wait, let's go. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? Alrighty. Save your progress? Yes. Are we going to be taking a break here? Double yes. Break time? Yep, get up, stretch legs. I got drinks on that. Was me kind of a quick break. I need actually to hit the do some preventative personal maintenance, as in I need to use the facilities, folks. So it will be a short break, folks. I'll be back in just it'll be less than 2 minutes, folks. I'll be right back.
Excellent!
Fixing my armor.
Right on, Fel Kimchi. There are 11 players left, and we got 4 of them. Got him!
Face slash!
Dude just... Fuck him up, Puffy! Fuck him up! Got him! That's what you get for punching Sue, you jerk.
All right, big win for us.
You see
Hey, Jane. You have to kill me. Don't let me become one of them. Be a good boy. Kill me. No.
You meant to do laundry today, and we're back, folks. Meant to do laundry today, yeah. Beach Patrol laundry day for me is every Sunday. Normally, when I finish my laundry is when I start my. You know what's funny? You mentioned that, Cal. My Sunday routine is so down to the minute. It's basically as soon as I, finish my laundry and stuff like that. It's basically when I start streaming on Sundays. I got that down to the minute. Know exactly how long I set the dryer for, how long it takes for the washer to do its thing. So it's down to the minute with me. Everything's so perfectly planned. And we're back. I said it was going to be a quick break. Like I said, I got one bottle of water here, and I got another one right here too, so. All right. So part 3-2, investigation. All right, we're ready to continue. We are going to finish this case, folks. Now, typically, there are normally things broken down into 4 parts, and one or two subparts. So we should be over halfway done. Keyword being should. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. You're one to talk with your face all green. Hey, I got a light shining down on me. Rude, Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip of yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly... Oof. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I want to stay here and see if I can help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I am sorry. I heard the Inner Temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquakes we had. I was worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right. But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern door and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Curian tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the person who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Francesca Von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure that place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. That means that Iris can only open one of the locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any other way around this? Well, like I said, there are 100 of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if we went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it would take time, wouldn't it? Yes. Except she just admitted that she was here that night. Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in one place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. Except, yeah, that's the thing. Except she just admitted that she was here that night. Actually, it's totally plausible, and I'll tell you why. Maya, Bikini, and everything, they would have gone out towards the inner temple at 9. And it's possible because Iris had to ring the bell to signal lights out at 10, so she, go and come back. Yeah, it takes 30 minutes to walk there and back. Okay, so out there at 9:30, walk back at 10. Yeah, she never left. Yeah, but before that... So you're talking like after dinner, but before 10. I mean, that's my theory. I could be wrong on that. You remember her not going over? You're more likely might be right on that, but let's see where the narrative takes us. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing that I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazuka Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the inner temple. And then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazuka Temple. Being spotted at both Hazuka Temple and the inner temple is as if you were... Well, Iris... I think it's about time you told us the truth. Of course. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. We'll be back. I don't think I have anything yet. We'll be back. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. But how could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering them. Edgeworth? Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get it over with. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here. There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in the blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things could not have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect. Then again, what was it that Larry saw? Larry saw Iris, quote-unquote, flying over the bridge. Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I'll find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little kids in school at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with the big quake that hit the courthouse. Funny, I feel like I gave this exposition dump already. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. The single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file. Yes, I checked over every case from a file I ever worked on. Now I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago, it was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris in Hazurika Temple, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can't say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. But I don't have anything in my... Do I? Yeah, I don't have anything here that... Yeah, I don't have anything here to actually give that revelation. I'm finally getting into the bottom of this case. I count on Iris to break the locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Speaking of which... It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should check the shack just down the path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Well, there's a needle in the right direction. Heavenly Hall. Oh, Mr. Nick. This is where you ran off to. Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry, this is the loser shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is what? We find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten tomatoes over a miserable little campfire, so stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Larry got some real problems. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Hey, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Chuck him into the river. Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the frames to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Larice... No, not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess the picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was there that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Mr. Min's room, reading a book together. But Mr. Min was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. You too? I've been a bad girl. Really? That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your powers have disappeared? Got overtaken, yeah. And whoever took her over killed Misty. Yeah, it's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls? Did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cool of you. This is what I thought. Points to Kalinal. Oh, that's how many points you got. I'm gonna have to break her psych lock to get the truth out of her. Unfortunately, I don't have... I know for a fact I don't have anything on. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Kind of like a tree, tall and dense. Main hall. Well, what's the damage? How is the sacred cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Curian tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes? We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Curian disappeared 17 years ago. It was actually... I want you to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. And she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master. She said, someone's trying to destroy the Curian tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them. And that will be her sister, Morgan Faye. Yes, Morgan Le Fay. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line. There is only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. The child becomes the new Master of Curian, and her daughters the main family. And all the mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth that much bloodshed? Look, for stuff like this, for stories like this, yeah, it is apparently. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Mia Faye. Thanks to Maya, Mia is always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Curian technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you to be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6. I said SL, it's DL6. But that's the name on the file. The DL6 incident. I knew it. And we're almost guaranteed we're going to get an exposition dump on this, too. Although basically he's going to say what I already relayed about 10 minutes ago. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. Nice one. It was the first time in the courts, in the country's history, that the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world has ever seen the Curian tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of the Curian village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Mystic Fae's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we are finally making a comeback. The Curian tradition is starting to recover, at least, but with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? Family feud. We need Steve Harvey. The spiritual power of the Curian channeling technique is in the blood. Maya told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Amy, but with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master, and the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in hopes of discovering what happened to her mother, and lost her life as a result. You know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said if it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right, Misty Fae had an elder sister too, Morgan. Back with it. Okay, what's for dinner? What's for dinner? And yes, Kalino and I will have some. That's the follow-up. I had an early dinner. For me, it was some mac and cheese and a chicken sandwich. So Bikini is Morgan, which is how she knows Misty was. No, actually, burger and just fries, yummy. Actually, Kalino, on this one you're wrong. Morgan was featured in the second of the Phoenix Wright games. She was conspired with a nurse who went to very extreme lengths to get revenge, who killed her own sister in order to give herself a new life because she committed some major malpractice. Yeah, long story there. And the nurse's employer discovered the Curian technique, ironically through the nurse, under her guise of her younger sister, went to the Curian village, and it was being run by Morgan Fae. Morgan Fae, much taller. But what's on the burger? Are we talking like onions, a little lettuce, tomato, mayo? Darn, yeah. Under normal circumstances, Kalino, you would be right. But I would say you have to play the entire game. Just plain. Oh, just a plain burger. Plain burger's good. Misty Fae had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seats from her. It's not just an actual burger. Oh, just the burger itself, no bun or anything. Mystic Maya's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? There's a name I know well. Funny, I just gave this exposition. That's right, I'm striking the Willy Wonka pose. It was a year ago now at Maya's home Korean village. It's burger meat with an anjou bun and an anjou on the side. Maybe you should wait till the game explains stuff, but then it'll be like I'm ignoring the chat. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. And Morgan's daughter is Pearls. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must already realize that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. Oh, okay, there's a twist I didn't realize. I know Pearls is Morgan's daughter, but Iris? Well, Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Yeah. Apparently so. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yeah, Pearls. Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest. That child, she's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan? But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Aha! Aha! Take a guess at who the 3rd one is. Okay. 3 daughters. Bikini? No. This game is based on... One thing certainly was made clear is that capital crimes have capital offenses. And that was something that, in terms of those who commit murder. Who do we know looks exactly alike? Daya and Iris. I'm betting Dahlia was executed. Or... No, Dahlia ain't dead. No, Dahlia's sister is dead. No. No, I'm saying Dahlia is the one is the dead one. Vanessa. No. Or whatever. Yeah, yeah, Vanessa. I don't think it's Vanessa. The reason why I don't is mainly I'm just making this judgment based on facial features, on how these characters are drawn. I guess. No, I'm saying Iris and Dahlia are twins. That's what I'm saying. That's... Yeah, they're sisters. I'm not sure. But you have two characters look exactly like that. Hair design right down to the thing with only the difference being hair coloring. Those have to be twins. We can say 3, not 4. Yeah. I don't know. Adoption? Child from a different marriage, perhaps? Or Iris and Dia are the same person. Now, there was something that Edgeworth said earlier on that said that it did not tie the previous case to this one. He said there was no connection. But there is, and it says that it's unrelated. They actually put in red letters the word unrelated. Oh, so it was like, I can't figure out how Vanessa figures in. But this is getting good, isn't it? Isn't it, folks? Mystic Morgan has 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Yes. Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. And here you go. We're here to talk about it. What does Bikini say? Her twin sister. What? Twin sister? So Dia was adopted. Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that the Curian's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. Okay. Vanessa was a half sister. Same father, different mother, unrelated to the main. How awful! He was a jeweler. Words are hard. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's what happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris had as a twin sister, could it be? Can you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details and confirmed just about everything that myself, Magmorta, and Kalinal were just discussing. Wasn't Dahlia younger? Okay, timeline-wise. Edgeworth said it was something about a jeweler. Yeah. There you go. Timeline-wise. We're going to go to the profiles here. So we're looking at twin sisters. Where is she? Iris is 25 here. 6 years prior will put her at 19. 19, which put her at the same age as Dahlia in the case that... Wait, I got these time. See, this is the trouble with thing when you got things done out of order and you got flashbacks and stuff here to try and fill in the gaps here. Okay, she is 25 here. So that case from last night was 6 years prior. So that puts her at 19, same name as Dahlia. And so the theft thing, everything with Dahlia and the theft took place 5 years before that, when Dahlia was 14. Exactly, Dahlia was 14 when Vanessa was Vanessa was a cop. she was already a cop at that point. So Vanessa was already older. That doesn't make it. That tells us something. That tells us. The real question is when the hell was Vanessa born? Yeah, so Vanessa must have been from a previous marriage or a stepdaughter. That has to be it. Yeah, that's the only thing. That's the only thing that comes into place here. But everything, timeline right. Iris, you take 6 years off. Iris is the same age. Yeah, stepsister or an affair. There you go. Him. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt, it's all because Mystic Morgan's anger is towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers will one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confined her. So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I feel like we were way overanalyzing all of this. But the mystery has engulfed the imagination, hasn't it? And to think, the next major game I'll be playing after this, I'll be the featured game every week until will be The Evil Within. Something totally different in a totally different genre. Not a problem with Calanol. Yeah. Well, I need to ask more questions and get some more information. I don't want to leave because I want to know how this finishes. Yeah, because we got the investigation, and more likely we're going to end up in court again too. So that's the big thing there. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Detective Gumshoe? No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me, no motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room of Incurian. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigation's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good causes we have, good causes we've lost along the way. I would never have guessed Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is going to be all airtight. Hey, pal. Hey, who, me? How long have you been there? Long enough to read that. I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That Barb's store thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. But I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking the bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What, you mean? I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in the sacred cavern, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? How about the letter you found? Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in the incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator? I knew it! I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. The ugly situation of Maya being accused of killing Misty. There you go! And it wouldn't be the first time Maya's been accused of murder. It's happened twice before. She was accused of killing her own sister, Mia? Which, in the first game, she was accused of killing someone who was wanted her to channeling a spirit in the second game. Amazing how this plotline keeps returning. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look at it. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Front letter is added to the court record. It's got to be important if spirit mediums and masters. Court record. Can I read it? Be careful. One nightfall should be there. Once nightfall should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is. She is the whole. Here is a picture of her. Use it. When you channel her, I know you can do it. Once it's it, Bernda also make sure to tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Oh shit! Oh, ice cream. All right, Cal. I just oh boy. I gotta, oh boy. Morgan sent this letter to Pearls, who made arrangements to get Maya up to... Yeah. Why was Pearls on the other side of things? Why? Yeah. This makes more... Oh, who's this Missy they wanted to roast, though? The master. Yeah, Misty is the master. Yeah. Oh boy. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering is a crime, pal. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, wasn't this Senchisto that was found impaled in the victim's body? Mr. Edwards proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. This is all the same day, too. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like hellish chicken looking for now. Yeah. And man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for this job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. No puppy. Funny enough, a puppy is an option in the second game on another case. He thinks it's buried under the snow. Yeah. I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? We'll play forensics expert. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright, then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high tech you can skydive off it. Oh, brother. Now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector going, a signal bouncing off something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give the courtyard a good look, you see, pal? Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you hit on something metallic, and when that happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? That's odd, the sled's made of plastic. It says bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha! I've been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective. That thing's priceless to a guy like me. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put the dime in there, you know. How did you manage to drop your badge here, of all places? I know, I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there, I don't need to hear any more. There's a snow pile that looks like a sword. It must be an old panhandle or something. How did you know that? Oh, what? That was my nickname in junior high. What, panhandle? I didn't have much money back then, pal. I used to bum stuff off other kids sometimes, so they called me a panhandler. Panhandler, huh? I can see that. Thinking back, it's actually kind of a nice memory now. Looks like a wallet? Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I've found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I dropped it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. This guy loses his shit a lot. Yeah. The sister next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division? You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as a blue badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as a blue badger. I'm not even going to explain that one. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I met plenty of guys like you always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you can miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is the guy in front of me. Ladders versus step ladders. That's an actual achievement. This is Miss Denham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood, but the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector is to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... The top is coming off. Look what you've done! You've damaged a really important piece of evidence! Hello! That's a sword. Inside the staff. Could it be the murder weapon? I never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim he found here in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. That thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length of the Shinshitsu, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm going to run over to forensics. There's got to be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. This has actually been proven. Even if you wipe blood clean, you will find traces. See you later, pal. Every case is going to be airtight. Every case is going to be airtight. Every case is going to be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? Peroxide if you want to get it all off. True, maybe. Yeah. You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Oh, what are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What has this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside a sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been... Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there, pal. Okay, just stop it with that face. One thing, though. This staff's secret tick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay, now you take care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe? You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya? Sure, thanks. It's for safekeeping. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Duman doing with a staff like this in the first place? Self-defense. Morgan Faye's daughter and Iris' twin sister. Her father deals in jewelry, apparently. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris' having a twin sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right? I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. So now we have a dinner date between Phoenix and Gumshoe and Maya. and heck, we spent a few minutes debating this. It's like going back and forth down that road. Here we go again on our own, down the only road we've ever known. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked on one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, who was a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. There you go. Her sister. Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie, not Vanessa. Yeah. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. Ha! We got it. Yeah, there you go. Great minds think alike, don't they? The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest. Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to a historian, so to speak. She is an ex-parrot. She has ceased to be. She has passed on. So she's the one possessing Pearl or Morgan on Morgan's orders. I was right. There you go. What do you mean, Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right? I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Or possess Maya. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Ooh, those eyes. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since the guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Capital offense, capital crime, capital punishment. Yeah. Possession. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright, and for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. There is no way to revive the dead? Huh, I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch of family of the Curian channeling technique. Did you say Curian channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with the fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. The DL6 incident. Blah blah blah. Had to be Pearl. Maya couldn't put more locks on the outside. Yep. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation that police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth? Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you will know. Thing is, of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday, and then you'll see that the current channel technique is real. Alright, you. Time to bring the hammer down on you. You got secrets? I want them. I think it's time you told the truth about where you were, what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at the Hazakura Temple the entire time? Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me, too. But I can't, because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini, her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Azakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. But if Princess Badiah with a hood on, she looked like Iris. Except, yeah, but also remember the key thing. Iris gave her hood to Phoenix. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left about 9:40, I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40, but what you say doesn't add up to this. Matter of fact, here we go. Because you yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright? We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. Oh. That brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in two different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove two things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at her Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this impossibility. There were two of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in two different places at the same time, which means there must have been two of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. It's impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But She's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you was here at the temple on the night of the murder. It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead! Haven't you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground for the Curian channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's a secret you've been trying to hide from me. Boom, baby! Sister profile, yes indeed. Yeah, we were flying through that. I didn't even glance over at the chat. Alright. Night of the crime, no secrets. Tell me what you know. Where is she? I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me, who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris the Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on that night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? Technically, Fred is driving the mystery machine. Just saying, but unfortunately, I don't look good in the mascot. And I did dye my hair once blonde, and I don't look good as a blonde. And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother, she must mean talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Curian. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Curian tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. Yeah, it is. Murder and revenge. You know, after that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh? And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. And she's doing 20 to life in San Quentin. I think I'm finally beginning to see how all the pieces fit. I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned the lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is still much to investigate. Leave those locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. Still one giant secret secret left to unlock. Pearl Psych Locks. And we know where Pearls is hiding out, don't we? The burn letter, Daya's profile, the whole, yeah. There's a, yeah. The thing is, though, they gotta be presented in a certain order, so I gotta pay attention to what Phoenix says in terms of the setups. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of that of the shack. That's why it's like the clues and everything. The game does prompt you to go. Does have like the verbal clues and everything. You pick up on them. You and Mag certainly pick up on a lot of them too. Matter of fact, when you said to the sister profile, it was right about the same moment I was actually selecting Daya's profile, which had the question marks across it. Oh, Mr. Nick. You're too late, Nick. If you came here for our potatoes, we already polished them off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Pearls, I present to you my Magatama. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried. I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Dunham's room. Established here. Because she was too worried about something else or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay, you went to the place for one simple reason, and that is... It's not really what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you, considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could have happened to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. There, we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after. One down. About what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10. How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. Hazakura Temple's bell is pretty small, though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about the bell was because of this. No, wrong thing. Be careful, once Never should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirits. Baboosh! Knew that's what I read. You were given some instructions to follow that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Where did you? In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls? You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit will Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... 1. Deceased Daya Hawthorne. Nicely timed, Cal. It was Daya Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as we all suspected now, isn't it? It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Daya Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Daya Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Daya is her sister. Put her, hide her color change. There you go. About the instructions in the letter I found. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed the instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Morgan Fay. Pearls? I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you'll have any. she say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions? I guess I have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. The scroll. Gravely instead of grave. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the word gravely and roast among others, right? How do you know that? You remember the conversation you had with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Haha, well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise? So for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Dunham taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. That's what you did! Alright. The night of the crime. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Curian like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes. I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll when you cried? It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry, you butthead. Now, about your lost powers. It was written in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. No, I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it happened. I tried and tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let your guard down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she's never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers have gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's only one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Misty's dead. No, Misty was murdered. I don't... Bikini would channel Dahlia. No. Find out more about the letter here. My mother had gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for you, the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter is hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. No, here's the thing about the channeling technique. At least in the context of this game, when they channel the spirit basically takes over their body. Exactly. So, but the only way Misty could do that was basically kill whoever, putting the sword into the thing, basically kill whoever it was. Physically fight. She could not, Misty could not channel the spirit into herself. Yeah, moms would do anything for their kids, right? Oh no, yeah. She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. We have to keep going. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, right? That's right. Isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're welcome. I have to sleep shoes. I'm going as fast as I can, Cal. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully obvious is? Godot. The entrance to the Sacred Cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstance. I realized that, and you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, We'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew the day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Dun 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 dun. Wait, what? Yeah. Okay, I got need to empty what's full real quick, folks. Pacey just got me in her queue, so I was expecting to miss stuff. We're going to trial. Godot is mad at Phoenix for being for being quote unquote oblivious to things that he thinks he should have been aware of. Morgan is basically set everything up for Pearl to become the new master, because if Maya is gone, that means the family line would revert to the next person, and Pearl's is the next one in line. Did she try to channel Maya succeed? Or no, someone else. More than likely Maya found a letter that was meant for found a letter that was meant for Pearl. Pearls didn't channel anyone because someone else was already channeling it. So I'll be right back. This won't be long, folks.
For you to continue, Captain. Whatever you are doing to Pavo needs to end.
Ah, the famous Vulcan logic. Get it straight. Pavo and I, we're just getting started. Oh, and that part about sending my best at you?
Yes?
I lied.
Of course.
They're down. And back. So we're jumping right into it, folks. We're in the home stretch as far as I'm concerned. Everything. We got. Whoops! I turned my mic up too loud. I just realized that as I saw things jumping up into the red here. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court Lobby number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those strict locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. He's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecution is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francesca von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francesca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francesca is engaging in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Sacred Cavern? You don't mean she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimated that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. It's Godot. It's always Godot. Thanks, Edward. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden and frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you pass your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Wait, partner? I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunham, no, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. Your partner's in the attorney biz now? Maybe since Edgeworth, basically did day one of the trial. Anyway, I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 a.m., District Court Room number 7. Let's get ready to rumble! Damn, I rolled my R's on that. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazuka Temple. Your Honor? What are you? Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Wait a second, this one doesn't speak with a Canadian accent. The other one says "eh" and a boot. This one doesn't. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Oh well. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. Okay, that was cool. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazuka Temple has a confession to make. Confession? That defendant? Iris? Yeah, she did say she was going to accept being guilty for the sake of her sister. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Actually, she did, but... Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazuka Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dumont? Oh, Elsie Dumont. No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elsie, and carried it to the Hazuka Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Oh, that's a confession. Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? No, technically that's true. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Huh. Everyone on the planet is accomplished to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's the murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Dakado. So this is the confession that we're conferring about. He's on his third cup of coffee. Yeah, please keep count. Oh, cup 2. Yeah. It pains me to say this, but so we got 2 cups in, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. I don't know, so I added it. Better to add than subtract. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? I was covering up for someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazuka Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazuka Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. Oh, shit. The daughter of the master of the Korean Temple channeling school technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh. Oh boy. What the fuck ability to make We need a counter. We need ability to make check commands. If I could have... You know, one of my buddies had a counter, and one of their mods did stuff like that. Like, particularly whenever they died, they called it a rip counter. I'm going to have to ask them how they set that up. And considering the game I'll be starting next week, I have a feeling that's a counter that's going to be needed. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya. Third game, third time Maya's been accused of something. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. I did not clean up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined this case will wind up going in this direction. It makes sense. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for that. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I try my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved to the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The real murderer. What? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached in her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Dumont tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Fay? Yes, exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? Yeah, there is one little thing that is sticking out to me. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now let's continue. Yeah, but we know something she doesn't.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dumont throwing her staff away makes no sense to me at all. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dumont really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't need to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection!
Cup number 3. That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff, but even so, how should I put this? A longsword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dumont would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Elise Dumont would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dumont. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No. Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the Curian channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Very. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dumont actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hasn't seen in 17 years? Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. The power of attorney. It's all in the finger. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Or there's nothing impossible. There's nothing in this world that's impossible, except for one little thing. Yes? What is that one little impossible thing? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. So he's at least drank 11 cups, but only 3 during the trial so far. 4 during the trial so far. Wait, well, I'm confused there. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you notice something else? Now that you mention it, it looks close. If you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. There's a pine tree? What the heck is a... That's a pine tree? I didn't see anything there. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning. Just as I have taken the first sip of my 13th cup of... Just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that the blood tests be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Okay, now then. Testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found this very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. It was invisible where you were standing. Yeah, true. Cute girls never lie, ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Cup 4? Yeah. DM you a link setting up a stream elements counter. Oh, thanks, Cannonall. I will take a... you sent it here or Discord? Oh, okay. I won't have the... We will... set it on Twitch. Okay, yeah, my Twitch desktop display, I see it over there. Okay, I see it. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she... but then she dodged Mystic... excuse me, Elsie's next attack and sold her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic... Elise was the one on the defenses with her back back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Misty's disappearance. Stabbed in the back. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore? It seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Yeah, the autopsy report is going to shoot this down real quick. Yeah. Where is the autopsy report? Stabbed in the back. Make it look like the murder weapon. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? Hit on the head with a staff, but then grabbed the dagger that was pulled out till the staff was lost, and the body fell 10 feet, on top of everything else. What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Mr. Faye stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound to her back. Down to the statue, yes, that's what stated during one of the explorations. Exactly. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Cup number 5? It's simple. Where's the wind coming from? It's the power of attorney. If you ever notice, whenever big things happen, when Phoenix does something, points, and the prosecutor looks like they're in pain, power of attorney. People are like books. We all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say, Godot? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? Point is, too much of the testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting, being a mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. It's clear there certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about this whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what the witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly. That is light. Light. By the way, did you know Asakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, that stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible because of the snow. It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. Wait, was that even said? In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. More enlightening. I don't remember that being said. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would have been difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. You can't see the demons that lurk in the night. But the torches were lit recently. Exactly! Cup number 6. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Wright? No! Order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was the flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elsie didn't fall down right away, and she must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. But here's the thing. Godot was not aware of it, because he can't see everything. That visor is what's allowing him to see, but he can't see one thing. He couldn't see the ketchup on the apron in the first case last night, and he didn't see the red blood stains on the stone lantern. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about a message written in blood. Oh, nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Could it be he can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's far from a caffeine overdose. I believe it's now been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. The cover-up. Okay, moving forward. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way to Dusky Bridge, then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to the Hazakura Temple, and I used a Senchitu to alter the way the wound looked. Except the autopsy, so you move the body. Yes, I was raised at the Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elsie Dumas was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intend to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but... You were spied up by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Yeah, bullshit, yeah. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. I call out to Mr. Snowmobile. The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazuka Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in. This is the part that was in question the other day. Can I ask for more details? Let me hear more about this snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Ado, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, you said she walked from the inner temple back to the Hazuka Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazuka Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? At least he proved my point. Order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe. Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to Hazuka Temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then There's something else here about the tracks. We're not done with the snowmobile just yet. The snowmobile... Yes. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazuka Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such a fresh... Then why... That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important to me. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Where's the footprints and drag marks? Exactly. I like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clearer if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. Those footprints in the snow, though. But yet no drag mark. Yeah. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Iceman. How's the court coming, Lionel Hutz? Thank you. I like to rule for a bad court thingy. Hi, Iceman. How are you, sir? Yeah, but a small girl like Iris could to carry a larger doll without any more prints? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense there. Okay, she dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. This is what she says. Yeah, you got that one? Yeah, I'll get a Lionel Hits for our friends. Okay, where were we here? Wait, never mind. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. Wait. This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you couldn't have crossed that ski bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it. It was because of the lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't. It can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't put a wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Order! 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 The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed that bridge, body or no body. The power of attorney compels you! Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. If you have anything to say for yourself. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Sketch time? Yeah, that's gonna be the next thing. The sketch kind of proves it. Coffee number 6? I think that's coffee number 7. Yeah. That's coffee number 7. Magmorta, yeah. I actually had to scroll up on the chat just there. Oh man. Power of attorney compelling. And do you make a sign of the dollar for that? We need an actual command here. Yeah, we do. I mean, I could pause to actually make the command, but I'm not sure. I was AFK for a minute, but yeah, 7. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or doesn't it mean squat right now? Squat? The important thing right now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are 2 facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elsie Duman was discovered in the Hazuka Temple courtyard, and second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Duman's body. Yeah, he makes a good point on both counts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. My memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, right, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already been burnt down. Somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this magic, little magic trick. Oh, well, not exactly, no. Sketch? I know there must be some other way she got across that burned out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. 8. In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Sketch. Callanall has been calling for it. Callanall called for it. Callanall is right here. So, it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. So what, she has a catapult or something? Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Right? I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. We got a sketch and her statement. Are you saying there's another way to cross a burning bridge? Where is it? Wow, we got a lot of stuff in our inventory. There it is. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? 9. Huh, you're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled all out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! I needed a spit take with that coffee. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go! Mr. Lee Dumont's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Maurice Dumont, aka Larry Butts. Brilliant, how to get an apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. The night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that night he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribbling to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. Well, Wright, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did it go say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think the Whisker face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix. Upside down. Hey. Wait. Something is... Bodies under the bridge. No, oh, all right, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. That sketch Larry drew is... It's a complete contradiction. Use the guide wires, the suspension cables. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not it. That's not what I mean, Your Honor. Lawrence Dumont stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly what he saw, but look how he's laying. He's looking at it upside down. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're getting back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, try it. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? It's one of the cables, and I think, you know, it's Phoenix, right? So we're going right. Is this wire connected to the bridge? The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Thank goodness the pun worked. Then show us the reality is supposed to conflict with. Show us something that will point out how this sketch contradicts reality. That's a photo of the Dusty Bridge, correct? Yes. Now, compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusty Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat. So now how is that spelled? The wires are below the guard wires. What? Fire didn't snap it. The body was swung under the bridge with it. There you go, folks. Order, the sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. Nope. With someone like Lawrence, or Laurice, I admit a mistake is definitely a possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and finally he lay down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Laurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. that is the reason why the wires in this sketch go up instead of down. Ah. No way. Maurice Dumont witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Coffee Spick, take number 2. So then the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Lauren's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, as Kalanol claimed. It was actually swinging below. As Kalanol said it, the fire didn't snap it. The body was swung under the bridge with it. That's right, just like a pendulum. Spit take number 3.
Objection!
Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with the pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. A lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope. They didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. Hey, Panda Sweet, how are you? In that case, Miss Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah, this is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck this bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around the Leasterman's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. That is 15 glugs there, folks. Mr. Godot? That's checking a lot of coffee. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seemed that the odds of the rope being readily available were very high. And not to mention, when I was looking around earlier, Francesca von Karma asked about the suspension way, thinking it was a port. My exact words were thinking, unless the river was up higher many years prior. But, or close to that fact. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Ooh. Body fell 10 feet after her death. Pendulum. Swing from one eye to the other. Go up 10 feet and lands. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at this map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple that me and Francesca talked about. So then that was the spot with a criminal. Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would have dropped on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed. They must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, the bloodstained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elsie Demin's staff. And even more importantly, the place where the crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on the overhead map. The crystal was found? Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would have arrived if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright? He just threw a cup of coffee. Yep, everything was there. I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? Coffee number 10? I lost count now. You know, we're going to program a counter. Okay, after this theme, I'm going to go in, look at that DM, count it all, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a counter. I'm not sure exactly what we'll use it for going forward, but we're going to create a counter. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, right? Well, you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal has sent the body to the other side, like you said, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Wright? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hakusa Temple without an accomplice. Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazura Temple side? It was Iris herself. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Remember, she's seen in two places at once. But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. Oh, well, with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Objection! Right, were you even listening to the witness testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on a cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazukua Temple, desiccating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in 2 different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that it occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about the whole thing, unless you're not really Iris to begin with. The hell? What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying the witness isn't Iris of Hazuko's temple? Are you serious, Wright? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is... Dahlia Hawthorne. Wow. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her. It's Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Sorry, Reaper was playing the duet I did with him at the end of the year. So Iris died. I get. Reaper was playing the duet I did with him. Yes. Oh, cool. At the end of last year. You know, for Dahlia's crime. I don't think so, because Dahlia was. No, Dahlia, because this is going back to episode 1 of the Trials and Tribulations portion. I think it might have been the cave. Iris might be trapped in the cave with Maya. That's probably it there. Hence the extra locks. So many different things here. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne, and this is going back to the episode 1 of this thing. But Dahlia was found guilty and was arrested. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. Yeah, Dahlia's dead. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, order. Wait a moment. How can you, my sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand, after all. The blood of the master of the Curian channeling techniques flows within that body. The Curian channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, Your Honor. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. This is what I was trying to say a few moments ago, folks. So the question is, who? What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put it things that way, then yes. Coffee 1111. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Oh, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of her plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means it means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris, and the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? Absolutely. The letter was brought out on its own, actually. The whole channeling spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talked about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? 12. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Whew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off, way off. I'm not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Not when the earthquakes happened. She ran off and went to the cave. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Which places? Catalan called it the earthquake happened. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identification, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, has there been any chance for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. And that's when Dahlia might have locked the real Iris in the cave and put on the extra locks. Bingo! Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris' whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move freely, unsupervised. Oh, who was it? Who could have given a murder suspect the time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to move freely about was... This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor? There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple. That kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And if it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind will consider the idea of spirit channeling and be quiet. Hello, Dahlia. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. 13. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. In my current profession, permanently retired. Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Save your progress up to this point? You bet, you folks. Yeah, these are broken down for 8 segments. Last segment, I believe this will be it, folks. We're in the trial. Let's do this. February. So she took over the sister body? No. She took over Maya's body. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. This is your courtroom number 7. Y'all ready? Let's do it. Yeah. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? And before we continue, I'll give you my theory on that. Iris does not have the channeling power. So the first lock on and no one was there. So the first lock was on and no one was in there. Exactly. That's it. First lock kept Maya. No, it was Maya the whole time. My theory is Maya came across the letter that was meant for pearls. Maya came across the letter first. She channeled because pearls fail. Pearls were supposed to channel Dahlia. Yeah. Exactly. But how could she have gotten out? Simple. There was no lock, as you pointed out. There was no lock. They put the lock on after she was out. How was she? The only thing is, she was never in there. That's my theory. It's the only one that makes sense. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Keep going? We keep going. Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're able to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you see what I have to what I've seen, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Lock it to make it. The plan. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and didn't have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya, Faye? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot's correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. I guess she couldn't hang around much longer, could she? I'm going to hell for that one. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurian. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. Well, the nut doesn't fall far from the tree in this case. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan. A super plan. Right, let's press on this. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? All on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The real horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dream of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearl will never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? But it's not far from it actually falls in line with things seen in this game. At least going back to Justice for All, it is actually proven. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. The plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, or sister Iris of Hazukra Temple. She and I look absolutely identical, no one could tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazukra Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. But why did you plan to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success. You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey. Wait, okay, if Maya... But what about Misty? Okay, there is a body that is unaccounted for here. Maya's in the temple. This is Daya. Okay, of the people that could channel Daya, they are Pearls, Maya, obviously Misty. Misty dead. It ain't Pearls. Maya. And Iris can't do it. Iris doesn't have the power. She can't channel her own sister. So who the hell is channeling Daya? We're missing a body here. Except if Daya doesn't know, click go. I need to sleep. Sorry. Not Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Cal. I won't be able to until I know. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? Sorry, Cal and all. My dear Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I despised you, your sniveling naivete, and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, but being the kind, gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So tell me, why? To get revenge on Mia. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. My own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Daya Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Yep, present. Profile. Mia. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey itself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You want to take revenge on someone. I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was because Mia Fey had already died. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you will kill Maya? Your goal is no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Well, not in this case. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Azakura Temple. So, it was Elsie Duman who channeled her after all. Misty channeled her? That ridiculous head never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you then? The kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? What the hell? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean, no clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. Can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern. The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I've been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you. I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern. Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. Missy got stabbed by Maya, and then Pearl succeeded in channeling Daya, maybe? I'm confused here, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was earlier in the morning. Kalanol? Pearl was kept channeling her. Pearl fell asleep, and Pearl kept trying to challenge her. It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could have been Maya? She must have succeeded. I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well again at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. So I managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies have already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation. Naturally, I couldn't go out. I skipped something. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the locks back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya corpse as I hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After the big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came up from the second camera and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. This is when they swapped. But we're still missing a body. I'd finally learned exactly what happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fey, the picture book author. What? So where the hell's Maya? Maya can't be dead. Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. The first one was Misty, but then when she lost consciousness, the Maya took over. I wasn't able to kill her with my own two hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is... matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. No way. You went from one... Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? The struggle. I got a theory, but because Countdown needs to get to sleep, I'm just going to press ahead here. It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer was actually snuffed out. Who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place that she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out for you? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else? Eagle River. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Yeah. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Ooh, A phone is ringing. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Yeah, she had to possess someone. Yeah, exactly. Who else? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the lock from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Maya's right here in the courtroom, huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. Maya, right in front of you. Yes. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Ellie Demon, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Oh, you idiot. Overcome with guilt for what she has done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River. How is Dahlia here if Maya isn't channeling her? Exactly. It can't be. Huh. 14? It's been a while since you got a cup of coffee. Fred, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Thank you. No matter how improbable it may be. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means that Maya had thrown herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. Well, if she jumped from that side, she's going to hit nothing. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there, because if she jumps from that side, she's going to go splat. Quick reminder here on this. I'm sorry. Where's the map? Where's the map? Map is over here. No, map is this side. Arush. I love how Godot is on our side all of a sudden. Yeah, that tends to... No river on that side. Yeah. No, what? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Yep, we just looked at it, folks. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than the witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, ooh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from that side. In other words, if she had jumped, we would be able to see her body in this photo. But it's not like either can win this because she's a dead woman and someone else. Yep. Oh, so you figured it out finally. You. No! Order! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth? Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River, correct? That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. And as Magmorta and Kalanol have been screaming for the past 10 minutes, now, although it seems improbable, there's still only one other place you could be. What? What is the one possibility you're talking about? That's an obvious bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? I'll tell you where Maya is this very instant. Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? You're saying she's in here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I never felt at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there an explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could only happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearls did, but who? Pearls even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. It was someone else who called you before she could.
Take that!
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne? The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne... Dude! Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled that spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Oh, well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazard was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where will be the safest place to hide? You mean that when she channeled me, all this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls? That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Nope. You've been played, sister.
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. That was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple... I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who had never been out in the real world, she could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could ever have been given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh boy. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. Wait, is Pearl channeling Mia? Yes, she is. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya Fey lost consciousness at the same time you did. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in the memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearl Faye didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya Faye at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. You remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago, the fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Faye escape, even though she was right there in front of you.
It's over 9,000!
Mia Faye, Mia Faye, Mia Faye, Mia Faye! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I would. And if only you hadn't gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty... And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. Huh? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because... Yes, thank you. Because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said... Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. Somebody's having fun over there, but it's bad timing on that one. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The one thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. What the holy hell is... Okay! I'm not ready to go! Maya, you okay, sister? Nick? Sis? She fell down and go boom. Fun, Rich! Hi, Maya. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was rescued from the Sacred Cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seemed that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, she's Katie Kaboom, Katie Kaboom. She lives in the house with a garden in bloom. Her family knows that anytime soon, the little lady Katie goes kaboom. Nice one, Kalinal. And that's a straight up actual redemption because I have that little gift from Animaniacs appear. My affair as well as young Pearl Faye were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It will be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Curian channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Old Colt? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. She went kaboom! Never thought of it that way. I think we still got some loose ends here. Anyway, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of a Hazukatura Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Wright? Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed with the spirit was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunma, no Misty Faye, but who killed her? We still don't know who did that. This isn't over. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Huh. Isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. Sleep. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow...
It is time for cake.
Damn it, they're dragging it out. No, because it's the actual case, because Iris is still... This is still her defense trial. Uptime. I should have started at 3. You somehow managed to squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. (256) District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. He's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. Again, if I wasn't reading everything out loud, this probably will be a lot quicker, but I wanted it to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up for this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it wasn't the same for you, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Daya had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Daya was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Daya's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Panda must have said something that somehow got caught by a filter. But but things didn't end there, of course. And whatever, Panda, did you post a link or something there? No, it wasn't a link. It must have been something, a swear word that even I won't let the mod filter. That probably got caught by the mod filter that I put in there. So, some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You mean, yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Faye and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, I even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. It was eyes. You? That's right. From my mobile keyboard. Okay, What the? Oh! Okay, I couldn't see it. Whatever. Okay. It was eyes. That's right. The eyes thing. Okay, I got it. There's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Duman, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you just got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elsie always had. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazukusa Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with this shinshito. I wiped the blood off the staff blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called you your cell phone, the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do that. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. All right? Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Mia. How is Maya doing? By the way, in case you're wondering, yes, those are Pearl's clothes. Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely, but emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You know what I mean? She learned who Elise Duzman really was. Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. Oh my. Like I said, it's been a running gag. Told her everything, but why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to Hazukusa Temple side by the pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in the Hazakura temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Alright, Mac, have a good one, sir. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. It should have defended about half an hour ago. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to throw out a stupid theory here. It's Pearls. Pearls is the actual killer. Accidentally, but she's the only one that was over there. (3:36 p.m.) 12:42 a.m. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Test? Yes, test on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about that. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or due to time restraints a full test was impossible? However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. It was not. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Missy's blood on the dagger. And whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. That was Maya's. So the whole "I love you, Misty, cause you're..." Oh, so the whole "I love you, Mrs. Deeds, cause your boobs" was not real, That was Maya's. Yeah. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey, my profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. law offices. Maya, according to this magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dumas' murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witness come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was especially a good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. at the inner temple. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh. Garden doesn't seem to be on the way to anywhere. Yeah, no, the garden is on the road to nowhere. Okay, well, let me think for a second. It was off in its own side area. Exactly. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya is really having a hard time. What should I do? Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark. Passed you on the way to a spare room? Maybe there's a room down there from the angle that we see that wasn't there? It was dark. It's not good. It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spirit channeling training. Come to think of it, that was earlier testimony to that effect as well. I'd press on that a bit. Yeah. So it was dark in the garden of the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dumont, Adalia Hawthorne. Aurora, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? Someone... You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man or a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Oh, it sounds like poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press for her more details? Yeah. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, that's what you said. You said my last hope. What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah? But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like what do you call it when that happens? Maybe he's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. Oh, what did you say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Huh. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person. Oh, well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. Who was Pearl's channeling? That's what I always say. A ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man, he's the killer? He stabbed her from behind? He's the one who killed Ali Dumas? Otherwise known as Misty Faye? Your mother? The killer? Maya? You know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. Oh shit, I know who it is. It's Godot. Who was missing? Who was missing the entire day? Not Larry. Larry was seen. He was on... Godot, yeah. That's why she hadn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya? On the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. Not Edgeworth. Edgeworth was seen that day. Think, who wasn't seen? A man who wasn't seen the entire day, which will be the initial investigation and the first trial. Godot is the only person not seen, man-wise. It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Order in the court. Mr. Godot explained this. That's why there wasn't blood on the floor, but he didn't clean the lantern because he couldn't see it. Our irony is that he is his trial. Yep. The purest of milk add the purest of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Café au lait? Is that even legal? Catalan, I am sorry. I really should have started. If I knew it was going to take this long, I should have started my stream at 3:30 at this point, judging by this. But your correct words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I am a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. It's okay, click faster. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness' mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's no fatal contradiction. Then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or woman, an adult or child. And yet, the witness who described the person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Wright, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could you have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. Oh, yes, there was. As Calanol and Magmorta pointed out, click faster, read faster. The torches. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover. You're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who the man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha! You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother, but I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was the person that Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Mr. Light Up Eyes himself. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. But it can't be. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a nice bit of deduction. Damn right it was. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of her murder. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Coffee 16. No, he said he normally drinks 17 cups of coffee during the trial. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya? I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man, for a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? 17. If it's worth asking the witness, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. He's down in that coffee like it's water. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's all, as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you will be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with the cross-examination. Yeah, we're going to shoot holes through this. Where's my cannon? He does make so much sense. Because he didn't clean the stone lantern. Not to mention, she was in the garden, so she had to be carried away. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the temple could only have been the killer. That's what I think, too. Exactly. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene just like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit and the body was gone. Then the Gumshoe said, I wish I cleaned that stone before he's a man. Yes, he didn't think of that. But Gumshoe, a killer? No. Then again, no. Gumshoe was... Ooh. Ooh. Torches were lit and the body was gone, but Gumshoe wasn't there that night. It couldn't be Gumshoe. Was he? The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. Well, neither was, as far as we know. I want to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? And the torches were recently lit. As Callan pointed out that there was that extra light source much earlier. The killer probably lit them so it'd be possible to do any cover-up work in the dark. Yeah. However, if that's true, then there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who would have gained anything from that would be the one person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the conditions of the crime scene. All the snow carefully cleaned up too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Gumshoe also said that the investigation guys doing the science couldn't figure out where the snow around this town was gone. Exactly. The snow was removed in an unnatural reticular shape around the lantern. There was a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away? But there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have easily scooped up the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think that this will help explain them. So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Couldn't see what's bloody because he can't see red. Yeah. And Godot was established that he can't see things. But where did he take the snow? There is an incinerator near the inner temple. But earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Matter of fact, that's why it was open. The incinerator was left open when Phoenix and Francesca, when I was analyzing things on that side of the bridge, it was open. But the letter wasn't there. Gumshoe found it later, but that was later on. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by a pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe my aunt knows more than she's letting on. Let's go back to this. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would a killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. You're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add it to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. But the killer missed something very, very important. The body of Lee Duman was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspected was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed. It doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. 18. Smack Godot on the head. But if that's the case, do you have any explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would a killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in the lantern? The killer did not notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed something seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Say it all together, class. It was Godot. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? The lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. What? Why? It's written in blood. Oh, nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. during the poisoning case at Travienne. This is the apron that the life of Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why haven't you explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee stain on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. 19. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I drink red tea? Why I don't drink red tea? I wasn't sure about it till now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Domin, also known as Miss Misty Fey. Taylor believes this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment form in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into a killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written here. Oh boy, he's trying to turn it. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is Rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he just take that area? Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya? What is it, witness? Mr. Godot, isn't the killer, after all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up. Maya? You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Eek! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, the witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck at the inner temple site that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the same prep room. That's where Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Huh. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Yeah, because it's getting him off the hook. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections, oh, I object. When we had to break five cyclocks. The defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started, baby. The thing is, Godot does not strike me as the person to cheer up anyone. However, there is Detective Gumshoe. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. I'm not buying that for a minute. This guy is beginning to get on my nerves. Well, we saw Gumshoe on this side before the bridge was fixed. Yeah. Coffee 20. The truth is, there aren't many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with the fine-tooth combs. I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to handle down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I didn't miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Pattern in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room. Wait a second, what did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Ali Duman. How do you know it was Misty when it was completely covered in gravy? Exactly. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall? Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. Exactly. You are right. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess there was a picture of Misty Fey on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Tied in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue of aroma of Western taste. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple long before the crime took place. 21. Gee. Is he just pouring it out? Can I ask you just one little thing, Wright? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Letter time. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew about the plan? The open once before.
Take that!
This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple. And you still insist this crazy Cratchit killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order! 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 Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. Like a guard. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness at his coffee. Sorry for always asking, well, what does that even mean? 22, thanks for the count. It means that there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid it in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life, and he did all of that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. Oh, yes, you do. You've been holding it over our head all night, pal. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect the witness at all costs. I'm going to mobile to go towards sleep. I won't be able to count coffee anymore. Maybe he's her dad, I don't know. It's all up to you. Kavanaugh, thanks for hanging in there. I appreciate it. And you know what, folks? Again, normally we're finishing this game. If I didn't intend to finish this game tonight, we would have paused it. But we need to finish. We want to finish this. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? You're still listening. Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason... Okay, Wright, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Nope. He's her sister's mentor. Exactly. Mia Fey. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey, you once worked alongside her. That's why when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honest, piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot? His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Finally. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. We said that way earlier. Yes, we did. Miss Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left her a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Just remember, 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. 23. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shot down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years have passed ever since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? The worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathe, the woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm gonna eat 2 Hot Pockets after the stream is over, folks. I'm that hungry at this point in time. Good old Mia, she didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there was only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living she goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Curian village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearl had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near, I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Azura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What did you mean, officially? You heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She did say the Master Curian Village had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. My mother was cooperating with you. 24. Her death was accidental, more or less. Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. You met for the first time at Hazakura Temple? That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized then just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother, she was willing to die. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl's, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. she was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. That's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit in first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Curian, Misty Faye's powers was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. It was a sting where everything went wrong. Wow, what? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. 25. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick? But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Finally. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Didn't they say that 3 times? Yeah, they have. But I have a good feeling about this one. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I asked for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back against the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness. Those red lights. I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Huh. Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Not unless a backhand or something. She struck back, probably hit his glasses or goggles. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final testimony. With your final cross-examination of the witness. We're going right for it. Just then there was a horrible scream. The scream is what I want. The scream is what I'm going to dig on. What do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. Oh, well, what? blood on the knife will be Godot's. Kalanol, thank you. That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There is a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation will create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense? After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Ain't that the truth? Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the knife. What could she have used to strike back at the killer with? The victim? Nope. Wrong thing there. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck in the pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, that blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we've learned that it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. And DNA analysis of the blood will prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it will prove that it's your blood. 25? 26. Nice theories, right? Order in this court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he wouldn't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I will be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found the morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to this courtroom. Yes. What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blood off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's only one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya, this dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Unless he's wearing the same clothes day after day. Maya, maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved that contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. Damn it, Maya. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Unless he was cut somewhere. Order in the court. What the witness says is true. Objection, yeah. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Cut under the visor, perhaps? True. Cat and all? I believe you have it there. That's why the light disappeared. Because, okay, stabbed in the back, and you're swinging. Okay, swing, and you're swinging back. You're going to swing up and back. The judge is. No, did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That's why he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Wright. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this case. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Mia Fey were here. So come on, Wright. Can't you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You accuse Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only chance I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. There you go. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that you can prove your point, why don't we go for the ultimate penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, right? So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's only one thing I've demonstrated in the previous examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If it had been cut by the dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, right? Let's hear what you've got. Where's the location? Where you say it is? Where's the location where you say the killer hid his wound? Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Wright? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say the whole case is solved. Explosive. $27. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison, and then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot? But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You, yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head-on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Daya Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not exactly sure what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? It had been simply a desire for revenge. And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. Well, yeah, that much was obvious. I was chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando? You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor? Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Finally. Very well, before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. Of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, it's something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day? The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of the very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... Phoenix was dating Iris for those 8 months. The woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You? You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. Heartbreak. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and the surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. But that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. God damn it, Zeus. In 2020, we're going to have an entire year of bad puns about Vision. I can't wait to see them all. Thank you, Zeus, and Happy New Year to you, sir. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about our plans for you that day. It was the first time that ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Notice what? My feelings for you. If I found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris? After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. 28 cups of coffee this guy has had during this trial. How many cups of darkness have I drank away over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix, right? Oh, they're having a cup of coffee together. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of victim, at least victim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. All right, let's wrap this whole thing up. Let's go to the lobby. 4:51 p.m. on February 10th. I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by his own hand. Of course, justice was served. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. The defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cares so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you have accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and I've seen a lot of things. Along the journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick! Maya, I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see me, sis? And I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all this happened? You were brutally attacked, you even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Francisca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? What did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from a fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Hell no! Oh, Larry! What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, yeah, he did take care of Pearls. Well, Nick, is it true I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Frankie? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Okay, yeah, Good night. So do I, Cal, and all, but thank you for hanging in there. You have a good night. Yeah. Cal and all, yeah, the case has been solved, but now we're just wrapping up all loose ends here. Yes, Cal and all, you have a great night. Have a great day at work. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into what's worth, and that's worth something. So then you do it like you promised? You're going to model for me my next picture book? Yeah, this can't stay. Yeah, I can imagine. I really should have started this earlier if I knew. But anyway, you head off to bed, bye. Sweet dreams and all that good stuff. Don't get carried away. She talking to me? Oh, she was talking to Larry. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Uptime, yeah. I really... Keep in mind, yesterday's thing... We will be pushing 10 hours at this point if I didn't do the first segment yet at yesterday's stream. Let's keep that in mind. Well... The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearlie! Right? You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya could be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah, to be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca? That's right. She's lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only person that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth? I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Faye being strong for? Pearl Faye. The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put in the deepest peril unimaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Hey, it's Detective Dick Gumshoe. Where you been all day? Oh, well, for the past 2 hours. Oh, hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got quite the bunch here. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny whiny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class restaurant. You don't mean Très bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, mine is taking an awful long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya. What's wrong? Nick? What do I do? Pearlie? I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But, well, what about you? Maya and I will... We'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick? Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're... Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where would she look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. The law office? February 10th, Hazakura Temple main gate. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this, y'all? Back again so soon? Mr. Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah. Maya, the hanging scroll. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearlie! Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya? Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here. It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, my Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Mr. Bikini, your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurian, I don't have the right to face my daughter. Still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. Yo, you know what? Hey, yo, Pearls, do the right thing. Channel Misty for me. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? Never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's a photo. Mother? It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us humans is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Zeus, great timing on that one because I'm tearing up here. The manual in my car says not to turn up the volume of the stereo to maximum. Sound advice, indeed. Even when... So it turns out Mia and Maya broke the urn before Pearls did. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Huh? This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things are finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright. I'm going to make a brand new start too. Mr. Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Alright? We're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. And probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Oh, come on, Nick. What do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini would take special care of you. Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal right before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too. Well, then, here goes nothing. Objection! Let the credits roll! I'm really have to work extra hard. Master Curian and the office manager of Wright and Cola offices, and I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Miss Gamaya's knight in shining armor. He went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Nick went through. Oh, Phoenix went through with it. Okay. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby overcoat is just more the detective's like style. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Phrasing. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Current exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I haven't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Really? Desi and I started a company called Master Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Kinky. Well, all the criminals... I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tiger. I lent him $500,000 in a tea set, a special stick team set. Well, stick tea, once I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. I'm just an old man and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cry like a baby with a dirty diaper. No, at least a happy ending there for him. Remember how much of a pain in the neck he was to deal with, throwing seeds in our face. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elgee. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits were aligned perfectly. But he was already there. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can only wait for Iris to come back. I really should have started early. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeney. It was so sweet of you and everyone to come visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Voice.
Objection! Objection!
Man loves his coffee.
Objection!
Yeah, all they say is objection, really. Take this and so forth. Hold it, yeah. Well, Phoenix has hold it as a line. Did you hear about McDonald's trying to get into the steakhouse market? It was a big mistake. Yes, it was true. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation. No one is here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I got no one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like sort of out of like a space. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts? Yeah, this is the running gag with her. And yeah, she is shooting a little toy ray gun at us. I really put it like the big wrap up here on this. I finally found something I love to do. Francie's whippity whip tour is going to turn the art world. I should have realized sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Oh, you're still a loser. That's sweet. I take back nearly everything I said about Larry. Nearly everything. 2 achievements. And that, my friends, wraps up the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Now, there are achievements to this game. There are achievements. I didn't get them all. There are stuff like in terms of side direction, stuff like that. I maybe we'll replay this down the road. Maybe if I move Twitch things to another night temporarily for a time and do Phoenix Wright things on a Saturday night into Sunday. That'd be great. Let's over here. Let's close this out. Whew. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I thank you all of you who've been here. This was indeed a exceptionally long stream, back-to-back long streams, folks. 9 hours, 28 minutes. Then off to bed for me. Max, have a good night. I am going to send everybody over. We're going to find someone to raid. You know what? We're going to raid somebody who also played the Phoenix Wright trilogy. We're going to raid Sheep Fuzz. Matter of fact, let me do a quick refresh here. Everybody, I hope everybody has a good night. If you can hang around for the raid or go raid Sheep Fuzz, I would appreciate it. He's playing Layton's Mystery Journey, which Professor Layton does have a connection with the Phoenix Wright games. So we're going to raid Sheep Fuzz. Everybody have a great night. Thursday is going to be a short stream, much shorter. It will be my normal time length. And we will be doing Star Trek Online. So till then, my friends, and you are my friends, tighten your friendship bracelets. Watch it hang down. Have a good night in the present tomorrow. We'll see you later. Bye.